The House will come to order. Please join Representative Ricks in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabale. Representative Bacon. Representative Bacon. Representative Bacon is excused. Baisley. Benavidez. Burnett. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bradfield. Caraveo. Representative Caraveo. Representative Caraveo is excused. Carver. Catlin. Cutter. Doherty. Duran. Escar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Harrod. Representative Harrod. Representative Harrod is excused. Holtorf. Hooten. Representative Hooten. Representative Hooten is excused. Jackson.
Here.
Judah. Representative Judah. Representative Judah is excused. Kennedy. Kip. Larson. Fontaine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. Representative McCluskey. Representative McCluskey is excused. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin.
Present.
Michaelson Janae. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz. Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Representative Rich. Representative Rich is excused. Ricks. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Representative Sirota. Representative Sirota is excused. Snyder. Representative Snyder. Representative Snyder is excused. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Representative Tipper. Representative Tipper is excused. Tatone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez A. Representative Valdez A is excused. Valdez D. Van Bever. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker.
What do I?
With 56 present, 9 excused. I see Representative Sirota and Snyder. Let's do that again. We'll do 59 present, 6 excused. We have a quorum. Representative Ricks.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Tuesday, May 18, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Ricks. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
It's pretty good. All those opposed, no.
No!
That was okay. It's Wednesday. The ayes still have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, good morning. House Education, we're going to meet about 10 minutes after adjournment tonight today. I hope it's not tonight, but today in 107. So we are going to be listening to 3 bills, 1306, 268, and 232. We'll see you there. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Representative McLaughlin. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Health and Insurance Committee, y'all might want to pay attention because this isn't the normal announcement I make. Today, we are changing our calendar a little bit. We will not hear Senate Bill 16 today. We will hear that next week. So Senate Bill 16 will be heard on Wednesday, May 26th. We are still hearing, and in this order, House Bill 1297, 1307, and Senate Bill 175. We'll see y'all there this afternoon sometime. Okay, thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary members, this is an announcement about today's work. We are hearing House Bill 1314 and 1315 in the Old State Library, aka 271, aka the big room across the way, at or sometime after 1:30 p.m. See you there.
Representative Exum.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning.
House Transportation Local Government, we will be meeting this afternoon at LSB 8 to hear House Bill 1308, Representative Gray and Representative Larson. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Exum. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission from the Majority Leader, I request to be excused this Friday, the 21st.
So approved. Any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none. The next order of business is third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please read the... Well, I'm just going to wait for Madam Majority Leader. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 247 until Monday, May 24th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 247 will be laid over till Monday, May 24th. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1250 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1250 will be laid over till the end of the third reading calendar. All right. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representatives Weissman and Neville, also Senators Smallwood and Zenziger, concerning healthcare provider liens related to charges for healthcare provided to a person injured as a result of the negligence or wrongful acts of another person.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1300 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1300 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Hooton, Representative Ricks. Representative Hooton, Representative Ricks. We're on third reading, final passage. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1300 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1292.
House Bill 1292 by Representatives Baisley and Amabile, also Senators Story and Heisey, concerning a requirement for reporting revenues derived from sports betting activity.
Please turn on.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1292 on third reading, final passage. Can you tell her?
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1292 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1292 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 35.
Senate Bill 35 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Byrd, concerning restrictions on certain practices by third-party food delivery services.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 35 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Members, we are on third reading. We are on third reading. Representative Bockenfield, Bradfield, Lynch. Please close the machine. With 42 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 35 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1105.
House Bill 1105 by Representative Kennedy, also Senator Hansen, concerning utility customers' financial contributions for low-income utility assistance and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1105 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1105 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Caraveo, please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1105 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1134.
House Bill 1134 by Representatives Ricks and Bradfield, also Senator Bridges, concerning facilitating the reporting of tenants' rent payment information to consumer reporting agencies at the tenant's request and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1134 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1134 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 20 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1134 is adopted. That brings us back to 1150. Oh, co-sponsors. Sorry, co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. That brings us back to House Bill 1250. Mr. Gregorio, please read out the title of the House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250 by Representatives Harrod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Fields, concerning measures to address law enforcement accountability in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1250 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1250 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Bradfield, Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1250 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. That brings us to general order, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on today, May 19th at 9:23 a.m. House Bill 1174, House Bill 1233, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1280, House Bill 1289, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1189, House Bill 1254, House Bill 1065, House Bill 1281, House Bill 1283, House Bill 1282, Senate Bill 81, Senate Bill 38, Senate Bill 128.
Seeing no objection, the bills named by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 9:23 a.m. Representative Amable. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Amable will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon a motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Okay. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 21-1174.
House Bill 1174 by Representative Hooton, also Senator Story, concerning the transfer of the Capital Construction Fund of any excess proceeds from the issuance of a lease purchase agreement under Senate Bill 20-219 that are initially credited to the Emergency Controlled Maintenance Account.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members. So House Bill 1174 comes from the Capital Development Committee. And during the COVID
Rep.
session...
Hooton, can you move your bill?
Yes, Madam. Madam Chair, I move House Bill 1174 and ask for an aye vote.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Members, during the COVID session last year, we had to scrap funding for most of the capital development and maintenance projects. However, there were 3 higher ed projects that we considered critical for continued funding. And to that end, we passed Senate Bill 219, which authorized the state treasurer to issue certificates of participation in 2021 to fund the continuation of the projects. And those 3 projects are the Shepherdson's Building at CSU, the Health Sciences Center at Fort Lewis College, and the Anschutz Health Science Building. So due to favorable market conditions, there was an excess of $12 million realized in the sale of the COPs in March this year. House Bill 1174 authorizes the transfer of the excess proceeds from the Emergency Controlled Maintenance Account to the Capital Construction Fund. The COP sale was for $77 million. The Emergency Controlled Maintenance Account has $8 million currently, adding an additional $12 million that cannot be used for any purpose other than the strict guidelines in the emergency fund denies the use of critical funds for controlled maintenance, redevelopment, and new projects. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1174? Seeing none, I move... The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1174. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
The ayes have it.
The ayes have it.
And the bill passes.
House Bill 1174 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Roberts and Will, also Senators Donovan and Winter, concerning modifications to the requirements for claiming an income tax credit for the donation of a perpetual conservation easement.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1233, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
So moved.
To the Appropriations.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we did adopt an amendment that actually reduced the needed appropriation, and then the committee made an appropriation. I'd ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the approval of the Appropriations report for House Bill 1233. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The amendment is passed. I'm sorry, the Appropriations report is passed.
Good. To the Finance report.
To the Finance report. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we adopted an amendment that reflected work with the Department of Revenue, which reduced the fiscal note further, lessened their need for FTE, and so I would ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Finance report for House Bill 1233. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The Finance report is passed. To the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. This is a good bill. I got to tell you, on conservation easements, folks, it's plain and simple. This is a private property right. And I'm a private property rights advocate. And so this is a great bill. And I tell you, these conservation easements are one of the few capital infusion opportunities for landowners in our rural communities. I've seen this in my past life and my past work, how beneficial these easements are to these landowners. And it truly is one of the few capital infusions opportunities that we have over there. So this bill expands a list of entities available, increases conservation incentives by adjusting the tax credit formula, creates a system to allow the Division of Conservation to track tax credit certificates. We had a lot of really good discussion in committee on this, and gives authority to the Division of Conservation to hold easements. This bill does not increase or reduce the amount of funding the program will receive, but rather adjusts the process, application, and incentive for engagement in conservation easements within the allotted amount. And many organizations, Cattlemen's Association, Realtors, Great Outdoors, Club 20, Colorado Farm Bureau, the list goes on for people that are in support of this bill, this House Bill 1233. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleague, Representative Will, for your partnership on this bill. Members, this is a good bill for all of Colorado, whether you live in the heart of the city or out in rural Colorado or somewhere in between. We all love Colorado because of its natural beauty, and that doesn't just happen. It takes important programs like our state's conservation easement program for our beautiful vistas, for our ranches, for our farms to stay the way that they are. And conservation easements are a tool that if a private landowner wants to exercise it, they can, but they don't have to. And we've made a lot of important improvements in this bill and in other legislation, and I want to thank everybody who's been involved in that process, including the late Representative Kimmy Lewis, who helped us establish a working group to work through some of the issues that we've had on this. This bill helps build upon a program, fixes some of the things that needed to be fixed, and other legislation has done that as well. But this is an investment in our state's future. This is an investment in the parts of Colorado that we all love and treasure, which is its natural beauty. So with that, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any, Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to further say, I've seen this work, these easements, and it gives these ranching families an opportunity to stay in business, to stay in the ranching business. It gives them
members, can we quiet it down a little bit? Thank you.
Thank you. And it gives them an opportunity to keep these ranches and these farms in the family so they can be inherited and carried on the tradition. And, you know, there's fourth and fifth generation ranchers and farmers out there. This gives them an ability to do that. And like I say, I've seen it work so many times. This is a great bill. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1233? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I just want to mention that Representative Kimmy Clark Lewis was very passionate about the problems that this state had with respect to conservation easements. I believe the bill sponsors have brought this bill forward. They have worked very hard to solve all of the problems that these programs had in the past. I believe this is thoughtful legislation that remedies everything that was wrong and will set the course right for conservation easements in Colorado. Thank you, bill sponsors, for bringing this, and in remembrance of Kimmy Clark Lewis and her passion for this, I'm very pleased to support this legislation.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sat on Ag Committee and heard this bill. This has been a problem in this state for a long time. This bill here would help this program moving forward. It won't correct the ills of the past, but there's another bill coming through the system that will address some of the problems that happened in the past with some operators. I've got an operator in my district that was hurt earlier on, so I support this bill and ask for a yes vote.
Speaker Pro Tem Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I voted against this bill in committee, and I still oppose this bill, and I just wanted to explain why. I know conservation easements are an important mechanism that do help rural people, but this bill is a huge expansion on the original intent of conservation easements. In the past, the easement credit was 50%. It will go up to 90%. And what that means is that tax dollars are being used to pay for these easements. And when you think about an easement, if you think about the 6 feet on the side or the front of your house, that's an easement that's for the city. But people can walk on that. You have access to it. So do other people. These easements can be given where nobody can access them. So we are paying 90% of the value of that property, and we don't even have access to it. I think the expansion is a mistake, and I just think that we should be more prudent and more should be done to make this a more reasonable amount, even the 50%, but not 90%. So I oppose this bill, and that's why I encourage a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too voted against this bill in committee. My constituents had reached out to me because there are 2 bills talking on this issue. And there's this one, but then there's another one coming through the Senate that talks about repaying past conservation easements. And my folks are concerned that the way that these 2 bills are going to interact will keep the people who had paid or who have these past issues from getting fully paid. And so I've been talking with the sponsors, and hopefully all of those things will be worked out. But because of the feedback I got from my constituents, I have to vote no on this bill to ensure that those issues from the past on conservation easements are first taken care of before we start to accept new liabilities. So thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. It's still an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I would voted no on this bill in committee because there were some questions brought up right at the end of testimony in regards to how these ranchers would be dealing with the federal government in regards to the placement of these conservation easements. After that meeting was over, I did get some information. I did get news that it won't impact that. So I will be a yes this morning, and I wanted you to understand why I had been a no vote in committee that day. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to respond a little bit to Representative Benavides' comments. So just please understand this at this 90%, that we're not compensating landowners for 90% of the total fair market value. It isn't like I can go or you can go out and buy a ranch and then put a conservation easement on it and get 90% of what you paid for it. That's not how it works. So the 90% is of the donated value of the land conveyed in the easement. And so like since 2015, the average donated value has been about 20% of the fair market value. And with this bill, if it had been in place since 2015, the average would have been around 35% of the fair market value. So please understand, it's not 90% of the fair market value. Thank you.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank my colleague that just spoke, because he reminded me, I do understand it is only the value of the easement, but there is not a limitation on the amount of your property that can be placed into an easement. So whatever part, let's say 10% of your property If you have 200 acres, then 20 acres. Is that 10%? 20 acres. It's only that value of that 20 acres, which you still have. You could still grow crops on if you wanted to, and you could still earn profit from that.
Excuse me, members, can we quiet it down a little? Thank you.
But he also reminded me that we heard in committee this is going to be a boom for rural economies. There is nothing in this bill that prevents a large corporation that maybe owns thousands of acres and where any of that credit is not necessarily going to stay in the rural economies. It'll be used for that big corporation in whatever way they want. So there is not a clear distinction in this bill that limits this in any way to just helping rural economies. If that was in there, I might change my mind, but it isn't. It is open to anybody that owns property that wants to place a portion of their property in an easement. But it doesn't stop them from using the property, from growing plants or anything else. So I still urge a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
And I want to just say this is, I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing House Bill 1233 forward, because this is a good bill not only for our farmers and ranchers. If you heard from Vice Chair of Ag, Representative Catlin, how the importance of this bill is. So with that, you have my support on House Bill 1233.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1233? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1233.
As amended.
As amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
No.
The ayes have it. House Bill 1233 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1269 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested. Mr. Gregorio, can you read the title to House Bill 1280?
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Woodrow and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Lee and Rodriguez, concerning measures to assist defendants in securing release from jail through the bonding process.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1280 and the Appropriations and Judiciary Committee reports.
So moved. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations, we were appropriated funding. We also were able to apply funding for the district attorneys to be able to meet the needs that they have as far as capacity, especially in our rural jurisdictions. I ask for an aye vote.
Oh, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriate.
Hold on.
Oh, Representative Woodrow.
Yes, go ahead.
This is one?
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay. Representative Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L13 to the Appropriations Committee report.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this was just a slight oversight that we wanted to make sure that the funds were actually going to the place that they can then be funneled through to get to the DAs, because originally we had language that it would go to the District Attorney's Council, which we're not able to do that. It needs to go to a department. And so we made this fix. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, members.
Okay. Any further discussion on Amendment L013?
Does this have to be a report?
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted.
Appropriations Committee report?
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the bill sponsors if they would please address the extent to which the funding approved in appropriations covers the identified costs of the DAs. In the committee hearing on 1280, the DAs that were testifying, and there were several, identified the significant costs associated with implementing 1280. I think the 18th Judicial District identified 129,000. Then there were other amounts by other DAs. Obviously, we have 22 judicial districts, all of them with additional costs in implementing. And so the discussion was, if we're going to operations over the weekend to meet the requirements of the bill from both a staffing, technology, infrastructure, all of those elements, that it not be taken out of budget, that the state provide the funding. And so, bill sponsors, if you could address that and the funding for the remainder of this fiscal year and the upcoming fiscal year.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Carver. I know that we were just having a conversation about this, and I was following up, and I did actually receive the follow-up information, is that the $150,000 that is being added to the bill to the fund that we allocated it to in appropriations and that we fixed with this amendment is for the remainder of this fiscal year with the, as far as for Representative Woodrow and I think, we are committed to trying to continue working towards how do we make sure that we are providing the funds that are needed for, I look at the smaller jurisdictions that, will need help in being able to implement ongoing.
Representative Woodrow.
Yes, just to add on to that, colleagues, this was the result of extensive negotiations between all the stakeholders and the DAs to get to this number, Representative Carver. So this represents a buy-in, essentially, from the DAs that they are comfortable with the bill with this number involved. So it is just for the 3 months this year with our commitment to get the funds for next year. Obviously, prorated $150,000 over a quarter would be $600 on the year. So we are committed to working hard to get those funds, and we do have it for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors. And I certainly appreciate having the funding addressed for the current fiscal year, which will expire June 30th. So we are talking less than 2 months. We're talking a little over 1 month. And so, unless I'm misunderstanding that the funding that's been approved is just for the fiscal year we're in, the expenses that were forecast by the different judicial districts was for fiscal year 2021 through 22, $490,774. For fiscal year 2022 to 23, it would be $990,000, close to $1 million. So, respectfully, funding for just the fiscal year we're in is a drop in the bucket compared to the costs of implementing in the upcoming fiscal year and then the fiscal year after that. And so if if you could address those, and do you have any expectation that costs, at least for the upcoming fiscal year, which is almost $500,000, according to the fiscal note, that would be addressed? Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I can say is, with the conversations that we have had with CDAC, is that, to your point, Representative Carver, when you're looking at that amount, that is actually including all jurisdictions, including the Big 8, where, as we've discussed, the capacity is much different than it is for some of our smaller jurisdictions, where they have the ability to rotate staff and have like an on-call type of situation, which some of the larger jurisdictions are already doing this. And so we would be, we were able to work on what that actual amount would be, and it is what my colleague had mentioned. And so, again, we are committed to continuing to work on this, continuing to work with our JBC members on how we can make sure that we are getting the funding that the smaller jurisdictions will need to continue to implement.
Is there any further discussion of the appropriations report? The question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the appropriations report is adopted. To the judiciary report. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have one amendment to the judiciary report. To the bill. Oh. Strike that. Madam Chair, I move the bill. I move the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any discussion of the judiciary report? The question before us is the adoption of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the judiciary report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a very important bill. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about justice and due process. Right now in the state of Colorado, you can be arrested on a Friday afternoon and not see a judge until Monday or Tuesday, if it's a holiday weekend, even later. We heard in committee of people who have stayed weeks awaiting transfer before they're able to see a judge to set bond or bail. This bill comports with due process by stating that people are entitled to a bond or a bail hearing to be set within 48 hours. Other states have done this. It is time to bring Colorado into the 21st century. Before I urge a yes vote on the bill, though, I do have one amendment that I will offer and ask to be displayed.
I need to keep that here. Do you want? Oh, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L011.
Thank you. And the amendment is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, what this bill does, we have for smaller jurisdictions essentially a state bond hearing officer that the smaller jurisdictions can buy into, so they don't need to each have separate judges and separate staffs, on these weekend hearings. We do want to make sure that these bond hearing officers are sufficiently qualified. The Department of Law and Judicial wanted to make sure that they were a magistrate, and they're going to be treated as a magistrate. So we just want to be explicit about that in the bill itself, and that is what Amendment L011 does. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L0011? Seeing none, the motion before us is to approval of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Majority Leader McKean. I'm sorry, Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not sorry. Your lips to God's ears. So we appreciate that sense of accomplishment here. Folks, this is something we've talked about for a long time. This is something we've not only talked about, but we've wrestled with it. I'm looking back at some of my former judiciary teammates, and I think, this is not just a question of how do we wrestle with kind of what we take away from the last few months, but it's a bigger picture. It is how do we make sure that we have a system of speedy justice across the state? I'm not sure this is it. In fact, I'm not only not sure this is it, I don't think this is the answer yet. We talked about this 2 years ago at length about, especially in our rural jurisdictions, how do we make sure we meet and comport with this law, with this change to statute, so that what we can really do is make sure that people come in, get processed, do whatever they need to do, are released on their own recognizance. How do we do that in a timely fashion, especially when we have judges and court officers who are 2 hours away from their jurisdiction? How do we do that in the middle of the winter when we have people who aren't 2 hours away, they're 9 hours away? They might not be able to get there. They might not be able to meet this. And then what do we do to the justice, to the victims on the other side of this? Because honestly, folks, that's what we're really talking about here, is how do we make sure that victims' rights are never infringed? Think about that just for a minute. Because when we talk about some of these bills, what we're really talking about is how can we keep the wheels turning? How do we make sure that when we get down to it, the people who have been injured, have been possibly defrauded, possibly whatever, are not somehow sitting back going, hold on, I thought that the person who was alleged to have committed this crime was going to be at least required to establish a bond, at least go through a process and make sure that my rights are not infringed in any of this. Folks, this is the problem when we start saying, ooh, we want to do something, especially on the back of what we really had to do in this last year, and now suddenly we bring back a bill that we've talked about for years but never found a solution to. This is not that solution. This not only is not that solution, but really, truly, what we've got to look at is how do we not just sort of strike out to do a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there. Folks in my district are concerned that we've lost our sight of public safety, that what we've decided to do is reform a system and reform a system in a way that makes sure that we have created every outlet to not hold people, to not charge people, to seal records, to do all that. I see this as one more step along that line, and I fear that what we've lost sight of is what it takes to hold our communities together. So I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasure to serve with you.
Pleasure to serve with you.
Members, I think it's important to get clear on what we are and are not talking about in House Bill 1280 here. Everything that we heard in Judiciary a couple weeks ago was people support the policy of having an initial bond hearing within 48 hours. There was no opposition to that from a policy standpoint. There was testimony to the effect that where additional costs are incurred at the local level, they should be provided for. That was the one lingering issue coming out of Judiciary Committee, and it was, to be fair, a substantial issue. The sponsors, with the support of the Appropriations Committee, have, I believe, found a means in which that issue can be addressed. There is a new cash fund set up. The DA's Council is in charge of making grants. Dollars are flowing, and dollars should continue to flow. This is a state policy. It's appropriate that the state fund it. It's real important to get clear on what is not changing. What is not changing is everything else about the substantive law and process of bond hearings. There are certain offenses that, pursuant to the Constitution and the statutes, are not bailable in the first instance, the so-called proof evident presumption grade serious offenses. We're not changing that. There was a reference just now to victims of crimes. We're not changing a single thing here about the right of a victim to show up at a bail hearing where that right is, a bond hearing, where that right is currently in statute. There are substantive discussions going on this year. There have been in years past. There will continue to be about how the mechanics of all of that works. We're really only talking about one thing here, which is timing, which is how long are we going to hold a person who has not yet been convicted of an offense in jail, depriving them of their liberty. We have this thing called the U.S. Constitution that protects liberty. How long are we going to do that before they just get the initial appearance before a judge for the evaluation of this question? Can we let you out? Can we set a money bond? What's the right amount? Or is a PR bond appropriate? Or is what we're talking about here so grievous that you're not bailable? Just that initial threshold determination. Again, there was no opposition testimony to that from a policy standpoint. I also want to point out that we hear this all the time in judiciary, the longer somebody is in jail in these first initial days, that's where we start to get the wheels of collateral consequences going. Somebody loses a job, somebody becomes housing unstable. Now you are knocking somebody off whatever track they were on. Frankly, you're creating the risk of worse outcomes later. If somebody has done something wrong, they will be held to answer for that in the whole rest of the criminal justice process. We're just talking about speeding up this initial determination. There is case law in other parts of the country starting to raise this to a constitutional level issue. In the meantime, at the bare minimum, we are at a level of making a policy call concerning which, again, there is very broad support. All we're talking about here is timing. We're not talking about the VRA. We're not talking about the substantive law of what is bailable, what is not, how those bonds are set, factors for judges to consider. This is a narrow question of timing. I believe the fiscal aspect has been appropriately responded to, and I ask for a yes vote on 1280.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I don't actually disagree with the other pieces of this, other than I think we have a disagreement about what this means, especially in rural areas, especially when it takes a long time to be able to get in. I can promise you that there are magistrates and judges in Rep. Catlin's district that would have a hard time getting to where they need to be. It's not just a question of money. Sometimes it's a question of geography. Sometimes it's a question of meteorology. This is not just if we put money into this system, we solve the problem. We don't. This costs my county over $1 million to make sure that they have people available when they can, just to meet an arbitrary time deadline. And that's my worry, is that what we're really saying is we're going to set this deadline. Oh, I'm sorry, if you're in a county that has a massive snowstorm, then we might not be able to meet that deadline. But by golly, we're going to hold everybody to that. And one of the bigger things here, too, is when I say it's not just a money problem, this is literally, can I get there? And what impetus are we putting? Are people putting their well-being at risk to try to meet an arbitrary deadline the statute sets? I'm still a no.
Is there any further discussion of, yes, Representative Carver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors. I just want to put on the record the concerns that we have with 1280, the way it has currently come out of judiciary and out of appropriations. First, do not question at all the good faith of the sponsors in their willingness to seek additional funding. But respectfully, here are the additional costs for all judicial districts from implementing this bill. When you go to a hearing requirement within 48 hours, which I said in committee, I am fine with conceptually, if we're talking about policy. I am fine with requiring a bond hearing within 48 hours. And of course, it's when you have the individual's arrest on a Thursday or a Friday, where now that 48 hours is hitting in over the weekend, right? That is the issue. From a staffing perspective, from the DA's office, but not just the DA's office. There is a whole support team beyond just the assistant DA who is going in front of the judge on the bond hearing. There is other support staff involved with setting up the hearing, accompanying the individual who's been arrested, courtroom security. There is a whole group of people involved in holding a hearing and getting the individual who has been arrested to the hearing and doing all of the required legal procedures. There are costs associated with making that operational over the weekend on Saturdays and Sundays for every judicial district. And that can be software, that can be the additional staffing costs can be significant. Some of the rural judicial districts said, look, quite frankly, even if you give us the money, we have so few lawyers that we're going to have a hard time making this happen anyway. Now, one of the options that is offered is a bond hearing officer out of the state administrator's office. But several DAs, as well as victims advocacy groups, pointed out that this is not the equivalent. It is not the equivalent for victims who are part of this. Victims, if they're in fear of their own safety, have a real issue with, they have something to say about the person being released on bond. Are we going to short circuit some of their rights? It is not equivalent to have the bond hearing over Zoom on the weekend for victims. It is not. You know, we are talking about, again, we didn't have all the DAs in the hearing, but we did have some rural DAs, some DAs on the Front Range. The 18th Judicial said their costs would be $129,000. You know, you can agree or disagree with that. I would just note that the fiscal note, which is presumably our mechanism for determining what these costs are, as with a sanity check by our very able fiscal analysts here in this building, that if you go to the fiscal note, you'll see what they expect the average weekend holiday caseload by judicial district to be. You also see the expected costs. And while I appreciate and recognize the good faith of the bill sponsors, and I mean that sincerely, in seeking funding for this fiscal year, respectfully, we are at May 19th. This fiscal year ends June 30th. Less than 2 months, folks, that we are providing funding in the approved appropriation for this program. It is interesting to me, colleagues, that of the many bills that come through this House that establish new programs or new requirements, that the vast majority actually get funding to implement for the upcoming fiscal year. And yet, strangely, not this bill. And these costs are considerable. On page 4 of the fiscal note, you will see for the Judicial Department, the expected costs in fiscal year 2021 to 22 is $490,774.
It'll be
So what happens, members, when this bill gets signed into law and we have provided only funding for the 6 weeks of this fiscal year, and yet we have mandated this program? What is the effect? Well, the effect is those judicial districts will eat those costs. Take it out of Hyde, right? That's the practical effect of what we're doing here. That's the practical effect. Because the legal obligation will still be there. Just no money to do it. Take it out of Hyde. I find that unacceptable. And so I do want to bring up a final provision in this bill, which I think is very punitive. And I am speaking for myself. I regard it as a punitive measure. On page 9, there is a provision that I have never seen before. Never seen. And what it says is, if there are multiple, that means 2. If there are multiple documented failures to comply with subsection 2. What is subsection 2? This is where the sheriff's office is required to post a certain notice. The notice is printed in the bill. It must be exactly that. Post the notice in the common area. Post the notice at the bond counter. Post the notice in various other places. Have certain notice requirements appear in the inmate handbook. When new staff are added, they must be briefed. And so it is administrative requirements on the sheriff's office that are in this subsection 2. So what is this punitive measure that I am concerned about? It is saying that if you have multiple, that means 2, documented failures of non-compliance for any of these administrative failures, including, I suppose, if the publisher didn't include this notice in the latest publication of the inmate handbook, or if somebody tore down the notice in the common area, there's 2 right there. What happens to that sheriff's department? The sheriff's department doesn't just lose money that is provided under this program, they now potentially become ineligible for any state funding program. Body-worn cameras, mental health co-responders, mental health support for police officers. Any state funding program available to county sheriffs, they would potentially become ineligible for as little as 2 administrative failures, areas of non-compliance. That's what we are doing in this bill. Now, I suspect you'll see some amendments coming up that will address that, and I would hope that we might have some support for eliminating this truly egregious provision. Although the funding aspect and the inadequacy of bond hearings by Zoom remain significant failures in this bill. Should funding for the upcoming fiscal year perhaps be found, a fiscal year that is going to start July 1st, that I think would be most helpful in addressing concerns, because that would also, members, now give a real option to those judicial districts in doing the bond hearings locally in front of the local judges, where victims can meaningfully participate in these bond hearings. It addresses that concern that we heard so clearly in committee if they are forced, because of cost, to go to these remote bond hearings with the hearing officer being located in the judicial branch's state administrator's office. So as with so many things, with adequate funding, so many things get better. But that's not where we are right now, members. And so I appreciate the bill sponsors and hope we can continue this discussion. But at this point, I am a no on the bill.
Rep. McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I start by expressing my great respect for Representative Carver and her viewpoint on House Bill 1280. This is a bill that I started on a journey with this bill in 2019. And representing part of rural Colorado, I certainly heard the concerns at that time around conducting initial bond hearings within that 48-hour time frame, the burden that it would create for communities. But even then, I heard a commitment to principle that yes, the initial bond hearing should be done in a timely fashion. And in our rural communities, my home county of Summit, there can be delays if the weekend, holiday weekend in particular, gets in the way of someone's access to fair and expedient justice. I do believe funding continues to be a challenge, although a silver lining from the pandemic is our realization that we can do work virtually. And I know from the rural communities I've talked with, while still not perfect, and of course additional funding is always desired, they are in a place where the infrequent times that a 48-hour bond hearing requirement would come into play on a weekend could be accommodated via a virtual approach. The funding that we added in response to our DA's concerns and appropriations this past week, I think was very responsible. And I am committed as a Joint Budget Committee member to continue to look at the funding for this particular need across our state once this bill has come into play. I urge your support of House Bill 1280.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. I've been visiting with the bill sponsors about a concern that affects rural Colorado. In many cases, as you know, our internet connectivity is restricted. Many of these individuals live in the country. In some cases, they may live 40, 60, 80, 100 miles from these judicial centers and these justice centers within their district. And that's problematic. So as we move forward with this type of legislation, I truly, sincerely believe there need to be considerations made for those judicial departments in rural Colorado. I will tell you that one size doesn't fit all. One glove does not fit all hands. And so I've talked to the bill sponsors. This is under consideration, but I really think there need to be provisions so the impact on rural Colorado is mitigated. And I really, really, really want us to consider that if I have a district attorney that lives in Plattner, how many people know where Plattner is? That's what I was afraid of. Plattner's a little community in my county. They have to go to Sterling, for example. Or if I have a district judge that lives in Akron, in my hometown, and they have to drive to Ray, which is 90 miles away one way. It's a 180-mile round trip. And, oh, by the way, if these folks live out in the country and I mean out in the sticks, you don't have internet out there. You look at your cell phone and you pick it up, ladies and gentlemen, you go like this, and y'all in the city are used to 4 or 5 bars every day, 24/7, 365. Where I live, you pick this thing up. If you're on a tall hill, you might have 1 or 2 bars. If you're standing tall and your hand's outside the window. In a 4x4 pickup, in a jacked up truck. So I will tell you, I have 3 bars right now in the Capitol. But I'm just saying that we have to, as we promulgate legislation, and I know there's real smart folks that work in law, that understand the justice system, we need to have these provisions. We need to have these discussions. And the bill sponsors did say, we'll think about it, but we don't want to gut the bill. Well, we need to think about it. I don't want to gut the bill. I just
Members,
want to make sure.
Can we keep it down? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you hear me making pleas oftentimes for consideration for the rest of Colorado. And my pleas are sincere. I believe there could be an amendment offered. I don't know if this is the time on second reading. We are in the committee of the whole, so it is like the way I understand it, we're in a very large committee. And there's a lot of good things that come out of committee work. So as I stand here before you, I ask all of us to consider the differences between the farthest reaches of rural Colorado, which we call frontier Colorado, these frontier regions, and how this particular bill, House Bill 21-1280, pretrial detention reform, impacts those communities. I'm talking about districts like House District 57, I believe, House District 65, House District 64, House District 51. And I believe that I have mentioned, and please correct me if I'm wrong to my colleagues and to anybody in the chamber, as I don't want to be incorrect, but those are the 4 corners, the House districts that are the 4 corners of this great state. So I really am sincerely want us to consider an amendment or some type of language in this bill that would address these issues. So with that, Madam Chair.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I rise to talk about House Bill 1280, which calls for a bond hearing within 48 hours of arrest. And this is a bill that this is, I believe, the 3rd year we've seen a version of this bill. Certainly my entire time in this body, we've seen a form of this bill. And I can tell you that my 2 judicial districts have a lot of concern with this bill, the 7th and the 21st judicial districts. And a lot of it comes from where is the money going to come from to have a bond hearing within 48 hours, because what we're talking about is weekend bond hearings. Now, the proponents will tell you that they've worked hard to address this concern locally by having a statewide bond commissioner who could sit anywhere in the state and have the parties appear by something like WebEx Judicial, and they could be able to set the bond that way. The concern I have with that is in Colorado, we allow the victim to be heard at a bond hearing. And if you have a situation where it's all online, that could be very difficult, if not impossible, to be able to have all the parties together to be able to hear whether or not bond should be set and at what level it should be set at. issue of doing it locally and being able to have the parties come into the courthouse is also of great concern, especially over the weekend in our rural courthouses. Unlike more urban areas, when you're out west or on the Eastern Plains, your courthouse is more than just a courthouse. It's an administrative building. It will house people like the county clerk, the treasurer. It will house the county commissioner's offices, in addition to the courts. And so to have weekend bond hearings, you would need to have courthouse security. So you'd probably have to have a couple sheriff's deputies working. So that's now coming out of the sheriff's budget. You then have to have the judge, the clerk, someone from the DA's office, possibly someone from the public defender's office there. You certainly have a lot of parties now involved. And even if it's only just for a few hours over the weekend, it's time over the weekend that you're having to move people around, and certainly if they're fixed on certain hours throughout the week based on a 40-hour work week, now you're looking at having to hire people in a flex position to be able to do what is essentially overtime for the weekend. The fiscal note has an interesting chart. If you turn to page 3, it actually looks at the caseload for weekends and holidays by judicial district. I just want to turn everyone's attention to, like, Mesa County, for example. It's fairly low, at 8, compared to the 7th Judicial District, which is Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel, which is 16 average cases for the weekend. The difference between those two judicial districts is one is a very compact judicial district that's all of Mesa County, and that at most a citizen is about 1 hour to the county courthouse. In the 7th Judicial District, from the courthouse, you could actually be 2 or 3 hours away to be able to get there, and the DA's office is based in Montrose, which could be 3, 4, 5 hours, depending on weather, from either the courthouse or where the victim would need to come in to be able to give their input. The cost here is definitely a big question mark. And if the state is going to go down this path, we should definitely put dollars behind this to help our local judicial districts, our local sheriff's offices, and our local county courthouses, which are more than just, as I said, a judicial center. It's actually an administrative building paid for by the county. So now we have at least 3 entities that we should at least put additional dollars behind to help with this compliance. Otherwise, we're passing down an unfunded mandate onto our local government. And this will take dollars away from having more sheriff's deputies out on patrol. It will definitely take dollars away from our counties, who right now are strapped to be able to provide services for citizens. And by shifting the costs around, what ends up happening is citizens in rural Colorado are the ones who end up losing. And those are the concerns I have, mostly on the financial side of things. So if you could help us get a few more $1 million for this, I would certainly feel in a much better position. But thank you for bringing this bill to our attention, and I appreciate the argument.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, during committee, we heard a lot of testimony. And what was interesting about this particular bill is that no one opposed it in principle. Everybody agrees that we want to be able to facilitate quick bond hearings, that we want to be able to provide individuals with information about the current situation that they're facing and either get them out the door, if that's possible, on their own reconnaissance, or set their bond or let them at least have certainty as to what the next steps are. And so it's not the principle, it's the outworkings of the specifics. And my colleagues have addressed some of those specifics to you and laid them out for your consideration. One of those specifics we have actually come to some agreement on. And so on page 9 of the bill, the enforcement piece, it says, in the case of multiple documented failures to comply with this subsection 2 by a sheriff's office, the state or any agency of the state may deny any funding requests made by the sheriff. Now, Representative Carver had spoken at length to why this provision was problematic at best, and we, in talking with the sponsors, have come up with an amendment, and so I'd like to move, Madam Chair, L016.
Please display the amendment.
And so what this amendment would do is it would strike this particular provision, this enforcement provision, from the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to thank Representative Luck and the lovely representative from El Paso County for working with us on this amendment. And members, we are in favor of this amendment, and we do ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L016? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just again want to thank the sponsors for your help in that.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The amendment is adopted. The ayes have it. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors. That is most helpful. I remain concerned with the lack of funding for the upcoming fiscal year. And so because of that, because of the pressure it puts on the judicial districts, because the Zoom bond hearings are not the same as locally held bond hearings that need that funding, especially for victims, I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank everyone that helped us with this bill. And members, this is about, folks being able to exercise their civil liberties. This is about folks that are innocent unless proven guilty. And so I just want us to remember that. We heard testimony, members, from individuals who had been detained for 15 days, and their case ended up getting dismissed. Very traumatic experiences from some of those individuals. And so I appreciate the work of the Judiciary Committee, the work of all of our stakeholders, and appreciate the work that we've done here today. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Yes, colleagues, I just want to say thank you for the robust discussion today. Thank you for, taking this conversation, giving it the seriousness that it deserves. Good bill, vote yes.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1280? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1280. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1280 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1289.
House Bill 1289 by Representatives Kennedy and Baisley, also Senators Bridges and Priola, concerning broadband deployment and in connection therewith codifying the Colorado Broadband Office and the Office of Information Technology, creating the Digital Inclusion Grant Program, the Broadband Stimulus Grant Program, and the Interconnectivity Grant Program, and making an appropriation.
Representative Kennedy. Sorry.
It's quite all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1289 and the Transportation and Local Government Committee report.
To the Transportation Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move Amendment L7 to the Transportation and Local Government Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is an amendment to align some provisions in this bill with another bill. House Bill 1109, which has already passed this chamber, was amended in the Senate in such a way that we needed to add some language, ensuring the two were in harmony. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L007 to the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Transportation and Local Government Committee, we made a number of changes that just came out of our stakeholder process. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Oh,
We're not going to run it. No.
is there any further discussion of the Transportation and Local Government Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is to spend all those wonderful dollars that were set aside and not spent due to last year's pandemic. And so this was an allocation of $70 million. Do I have the right number?
75.
$75 million. Yep, that's right. $75 million. That is specifically set aside for broadband. I appreciate the invitation to participate on this. My goal on this was to ensure that when we spend money, tax dollars, on broadband, which is a commercial enterprise, commercial infrastructure, that it gets spent where broadband does not exist, where it would not be profitable for industry to place that broadband. So therefore, folks out in more rural spots of our state do not have access to broadband connection. This is just good infrastructure stuff that where it's appropriate for us to spend to extend that broadband out to folks that have no access otherwise. So that's what we've done. We've pretty well jealously guarded that, and I appreciate all the incredible efforts of my colleague here, Representative Kennedy, in ensuring that these dollars are spent wisely and as they are purposed, and ask you for a yes vote, because this is truly a worthy bill.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your partnership on this, Representative Baisley. This bill dedicates dollars to a few different things. One is the Broadband Deployment Board, which is the process we've established for last mile broadband services. Another is the Local Affairs Program that does middle mile grants. And then we've also set aside $10 million for each of the Ute nations to make sure that they could spend those dollars as they see fit to meet their broadband needs. And last but not least, $15 million are set aside for telehealth devices, making sure that rural health care is able to do what they need to do to take advantage of the increased broadband. We think this is a great bill for rural Colorado. It does not solve the entirety of the problem. We heard in committee that we could spend every one of these $75 million in Montezuma County and still not meet all of the needs of Montezuma County. So the work will continue as we move forward, but this continues the precedent of tech-neutral investments that go through a competitive bid process to see who gets to build out these projects and make sure we get to 100% rural broadband in Colorado as soon as possible.
Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I rise in full support of this bill and thank your good work to bring this in front of us. Having been part of broadband and coming from an area of the state where our internet is certainly lacking and could use a lot of improvement, any money we can spend is definitely an investment in the state of Colorado. But it doesn't just help people, it also helps businesses and helps with economic development in rural parts of the state. I like the telemedicine piece as well in this bill, so I'm very pleased to see this, so thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1289? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1289. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
I'm the sponsor.
Oh. Okay.
And a good sponsor you are.
Oh, fuck. Representative Esgar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representatives Escar and Will, also Senators Fenberg and Rankin, concerning funding to provide just transition for coal transition workers and coal transition communities in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1290 and the Appropriation and Business Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we were appropriated the funds necessary to make this happen. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion of the amendment? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor Report. Madam Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Business Committee, we ran an amendment to just clarify a few more definitions. We'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none. All those in favor of adopting the committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I am proud to bring this bill forward today with Representative Will as my co-prime. House Bill 1290 really is a bill that is directly a result of conversations that have happened for so many years about the just transition of communities and workers impacted by the changing energy industry. This bill will start to provide a little bit of financial support to start making sure that communities that are going to be directly impacted in the next 2 to 3 years, either from a coal mine closure or from a coal power plant closure, really start giving them a foot up now to start to prepare on how they can transition into the future. We know that this bill, the $15 million we have in this bill from state stimulus funds, is not nearly enough to solve the issue that we have in front of us when it comes to just transition. But what this bill promises in the next 2 to 3 years is to really empower communities to tell us what they need and help them move forward with a plan, so when and if these closures happen, they are ready to move forward and not waiting for it to happen to then react. This also really makes sure that we have a plan moving forward for the workers impacted. This has been a great collaboration of stakeholder work, a great collaboration of people coming together to figure out how best to spend this $15 million to really get a foot forward on what we are facing here in Colorado as we continue to move forward. I'd ask for a yes vote and appreciate your support.
Representative Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, this transition is real. Let me repeat that. This transition is real. And you know, currently we have about 8 power plants, coal-fired power plants in this state, about 6 coal mines, and by 2030 we'll have 1 power plant and maybe 1 or 2 coal mines. So this is a huge deal. You know, back in with House Bill 1314, you know, I think we have a moral commitment to assist these workers and mine workers in these communities. Local control's key, and this money is going to put money into local control. Get it onto the ground where these communities are having these problems. You know, in some of my district, you know, 40 to 80% of their tax revenues derive from these energies with coal mines and these power plants. So it's tough. You know, it's a hard pill to swallow. And these people in these communities that are most affected, you know, they're tough, resilient people. They aren't looking for a handout, but they are looking for a hand up. And we got to get something stimulated in these communities and keep our families there and still in those communities and keep these communities vibrant. This, I think, will really help. And, you know, we made that commitment back in 13-14. Let's fund it and get moving forward. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, and I do understand the importance of this bill. where we want to define what we want to call just transition. But I think the bill title doesn't properly describe the situation. Because when you go into an economy and you take out, for whatever reason, you take out an industry that is worth hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of billions of dollars with a B. Billions. And then because you have, through public policy, and maybe not at the request of the citizenry, through proposition voting, but at the voting of the General Assembly, have now removed these industries. Hundreds of millions of dollars, in fact, billions of dollars with a B, to these communities when you take and extrapolate those dollars out as they go through the community and multiply by a factor of 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, maybe up to 10 times as the economic impact passes through the communities. When you do that, is it just transition to go back and drop in $5 or $10 million? I would argue no. There is nothing just about public policy that decimates a community, removes their number one economic generator because of the laws or initiatives that are passed, oftentimes promoted by special interests, definitely against the will of that community or that region, definitely against the will of the people of the state of Colorado. If they do vote on a proposition and say no, only for the General Assembly to come back and revoke and repeal that vote, then we come back today in 2021 and say we want just transition for your communities. So let us throw a few coins and shekels at you to help you rebuild, when we've taken what was really the economic motive that ran that community. So I will tell you, this particular bill does not do enough. You go ahead and add a 0 onto this. You add a 0 onto this fiscal note, and I will tell you, Representative Will, you are getting just transition in your communities. But this is not just. This is not just, in my humble opinion. It is unjust, because the damage done to these rural communities, the damage done through the policies that have been promulgated from this very chamber, have done more harm than good, and we cannot compensate for the damage done in dollar-for-dollar terms. So, I believe more needs to be invested. If we're going to do this to the state, then let's compensate dollar-for-dollar damages, because these particular movements continue against other sectors of Colorado's industry. Now, I tell people, and I know most people may not want to hear it, but Colorado was built on 3 things. The Gold Dome was put on this capital through 3 very important industries: mining, energy, and cattle. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're sure attacking the first one, trying to rub it out. We're sure attacking the second one and trying to rub it out of this state. And guess what's next on the menu for those special interests? My industry, the cattle industry. What are we going to do when we have to have more just transition? Will there be enough money in the state treasury? Well, that depends on how much more we can find. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, I had the opportunity to go ahead and sub in on the Business Committee when this bill was heard. And a lot of the reasons that Representative Holtorf stated at the well are kind of the reasons why I voted no. I mean, I'm not going to be able to speak with as much passion as Representative Holtorf did. But at the end of the day, the underlying policy of just transition is something that I never supported to begin with, and so the thought of actually funding it was something that I didn't want to go along with, because I don't believe the policy in and of itself is one that we should be prioritizing. It's kind of hard to follow Representative Holtorf because he made really good points that I was going to make, and I'm a little bit speechless right now, given the points that he made. But at the end of the day, I do think that this is something we should not be funding generally. We should not be, in essence, putting money towards a program that is transitioning these people out from what they've known. Because I don't happen to agree that it's just. I think it's something that we shouldn't be doing. And there's lots of other underlying implications associated with this, and I won't get into it because there are others here that are going to speak to this issue better than I am. But at the end of the day, this is not something I think we should be doing. We should not be putting taxpayer dollars towards this, given those underlying issues that Representative Holtorf had already expressed. So I encourage a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I heard this bill in committee as well, and I'm a little bit conflicted because obviously these areas need help. But where I'm kind of conflicted is the areas that need help were suffering due to certain policies that were brought their way. And now we're going to throw them some money to kind of help them. And I don't know if it's really, it's just. I know some of the money is going to go towards things. I heard of cultural arts programs, but I don't know. It's not enough. When you have policies that go in and just wreck counties, a few $1 million or crumbs isn't going to do anything. So I don't know if my constituents really pay taxes for us to have policies to wreck their area, then throw them money after bad. This isn't going to help anybody. This isn't enough money. And I understand people who are looking for anything. I think when you're really going under, yeah, a few bucks is going to help. But it's not going to save anything. Putting a cultural area in a certain area isn't going to save a county. You can't recover from this. This is brought on by us. So unless we're in it seems like we're in the business of going in and making policies that maybe hurt certain areas and throw them a few crumbs. I don't think this is good. And Will County, we're doing this in Will County. We're going to just go in and wreck the area and throw them a few bucks and hope that they're happy. So I think the biggest favor would be if we left these counties alone and let them thrive. And but we go in there and decimate their economy and take away their means of making money, and then give them a free lunch. It's only one lunch. It's not going to help. So that's why I'm a little bit conflicted on this bill. I can understand somebody agreeing with it and saying, yeah, we need a little help. But this isn't close to being a cure. And I think if we went in, I think these areas, if you just leave them alone and let them prosper, they would appreciate that more. So just vote your conscience. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to speak to the realities. All of us would like to see differences. In fact, I was a voter. I voted to keep oil and gas. I voted to keep these industries. And so did the majority of the people in my district. So, we're here today with the reality of communities that are going to fail. The reality is we need to do something in order to help these communities through this. I agree, it's not enough money. but it's a lot more money than we've put into it before. We're not just driving by the problem with 2 employees and saying, yeah, we're going to help them transition. This is an opportunity for us to do something for communities that are impacted by things they didn't bring on themselves. So, I appreciate the fact that the sponsors have brought this, and particularly for the individuals from communities that have coal mines and that have gas and oil fields. These are the kind of folks that need to be carrying these bills because they know what's happening at home. My county, we lost a coal mine and a power plant, but we lost them before anybody thought about just transition. 60% of the school district's tax base walked away. Jobs that had been held for careers walked away. But there was no office of transition. There was no one there to help with that. That little community is struggling right now. I have a lot of respect for that little community because they have an extra piece of leather in their backbone. They're about as tough a people as I've ever been around. They've been through boom and bust, boom and bust, boom and bust. Everything from uranium all the way now to losing their coal mine and the power plant. Folks, out in the country, it's getting really pretty hard. Coal mines, coal-fired power plants, those things were the life and breath of these communities. They know they're on their way out. We're moving up the schedule of how quickly we are going to close them. That's not good for planning. It may be good for lawsuits, but it's not good for the planning of those communities and for the future of those communities. $15 million? Okay. We're doing something. That's what we were asking for, is help us do something. And the individuals that represent those communities are here with the bill saying, we're going to do something. Enough? No. But it does start happening now, which is what we'd been stalling for 3 years previous. You know, I'm hoping that we can figure a way out that maybe we can continue to do some of these industries, even though the state of Colorado does not want to purchase the products that are produced. Yet, it's a sellable commodity. We need to take a look at that. That may be part of transition. Granted, it's not sold in Colorado, but it could be sold in Wyoming, or it could be sold at the coast. These are the kind of things that these funds might be able to help with. Give us a breather to figure out what does the future look like. I think we're talking about a Miners to Maids program, which I've heard in my district, that these young men that are miners don't want to end up being maids at the hotels that are on their way. Everybody believes they're on their way. Nobody's pulled a building permit. We're standing there looking at a future that's very, very bleak. We're standing in a spot that we did not expect to be in. So today we bring a bill to help with some of that transition. Whether or not it's just, I'm not going to ask and I'm not going to question. The functioning word to me is transition. Does it do everything I want? Does it do the way things that I'd like to see? No. But it's one of those triage things that we need to do. You don't walk up on the accident and say, well, there ain't nothing we can do. We're going to do what we can, and we're going to do it now. This would be a yes vote. I'd ask for a yes.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have spoken quite a bit with this body about funding just transition. As a matter of fact, even during the long bill debate, ran numerous amendments to try to put more money there. So I greatly appreciate the fact that $15 million over the next 2 years will be going towards just transition to help our coal mine communities and coal mine workers and those in related coal industries. I do have, and I'm going to be a yes vote on the bill. However, it's a yes with an asterisk. And I just want to talk about some of the things that I see in the bill and I have concerns with. First of all, $15 million is just not enough. And I am certainly glad that Majority Leader Escar agreed with that we certainly need more, but this is a good start. I certainly would like to see this in excess of $100 million. Then that would actually help these communities and these individuals who, by no fault of their own, have seen their futures completely changed overnight from state policy. Looking at the fiscal note, one thing that is of concern is that $6.7 million is available for coal transition worker assistance over the next 2 years, but $7.9 million is the implementation costs of the program. And to me, really implementation should be a whole lot less than the actual worker assistance for just transition. Over the weekend on Sunday, the Denver Post ran a feature news article, and it was really looking at one particular coal mining community, Paonia, which is in Delta County. And they focused on the fact that back in 2014, there were 3 coal mines just outside of Paonia. And today there's only 1 coal mine, albeit they're still successful. They're not planning on closing anytime soon. But Paonia is a great example of a town that has gone through this transition with a lot of hardship, and they're still facing that hardship. So you see that the impact may not be the minute a coal mine closes, but now 7 years later, we're seeing the high school close and having to merge with the high school down the road in Hotchkiss. Last Friday was the last day their drugstore was open, Hayes Drugstore. It's been in operation for over 106 years. So now residents in the North Fork area have no place to buy their pharmaceuticals and certainly everyday household goods that you could buy in a locally owned drugstore. There's no place to buy a piece of wood anymore in Paonia because once 2 of the coal mines shut down, the derivative industries that operated around those coal mines couldn't remain viable. So there's long-term costs, and it's important that we put more dollars towards these communities because they may, especially communities like Craig, can see the future, but I don't think they fully understand how difficult it's about to be for them. And that's where we have a real advantage as a state by being able to push some of these just transition dollars there sooner. It's always going to be painful, but at least maybe it's like a plane coming down for a landing at an airport, that you have at least a little bit of a runway and it's not a crash landing. And that is what I believe the goal should be. But members, don't have any illusions that all of a sudden putting a few state dollars, a few of our tax dollars to help these communities and individuals will help overnight, because this will probably be something that impacts these communities for a decade to come. And that this is going to need to be a long-term investment that we are willing to make as a body. So I do support this bill. It does not go far enough, and I would love to see a lot more money, perhaps even 10 times the amount that's here towards just transition, because really that's what we as a state have an obligation to do. Thank you.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Soper, I appreciate what you're saying, and I want to try to explain this once again, why it's only $15 million. We know we need hundreds of millions of dollars, and we know that we need a plan to move forward to spend that kind of money throughout the entire state. When we talked about the stimulus dollars, they're one-time dollars that we can use. That means money has to be put into the economy and used within 2 to 3 years. When we talked with these communities, when we talked with everybody that's being impacted, there was no way to spend that much money. If we handed them a check tomorrow for $100 million, they would not be able to spend that in 2 to 3 years to make the real transition happen. This was a long stakeholder process with a lot of conversations with local governments, a lot of conversations with workers, really trying to get in and say, what can you do in 2 to 3 years to set up a successful pathway? This is not the end of the conversation. This is the beginning of funding starting to move because we have the opportunity with these one-time dollars we weren't expecting back into the general fund. They came back to us with these numbers. And when you talk about the split in the fiscal note, where you're calling it the Just Transition implementation, that's money that's going to communities, directly to communities to decide, the Tier 1 communities, to decide how to spend those dollars to best set up their communities ready to go. This isn't admin. This isn't an office. This is the money that's going into the communities. The other piece is the worker transition piece that's also tied directly back to the community. We're asking the communities to tell us what's the best way for the people that live in your community. And I want to remind you, both bill sponsors are from Tier 1 communities. What kind of funding do you need in your community to help your workers? That's that piece. The Just Transition implementation piece that you pointed out in the fiscal note is directly to the communities. Say, what ideas do you have? What do you need to help you and your community transition from this industry to something else? We're not telling you what to do. We're asking you to tell us what you need help with. That's what that money's set aside for. So I just want to clarify what your concerns were. And I can't tell you how much I think your bill sponsors absolutely agree this isn't enough money. But we also need to make sure that we are being good stewards with the taxpayer dollars. What can they spend in 2 to 3 years? And this is what we settled on. And you have my commitment, and you've had my commitment long before this bill even came up, before we had stimulus money to start, to make sure that for whatever reason, these communities are seeing these massive industries close up and leave their communities, that we take care of them, that we help Coloradans across the state. Far too often, decisions we make in this building don't help people outside of Metro Denver. This bill specifically is for these Tier 1 communities. And what a Tier 1 community is a coal transition community that is being impacted, either by a closure or conversion of coal-fueled electrical power generating plant in Colorado, or a sustained and likely permanent decline in broader coal markets due to similar transitions. So far, that's the Yampa Valley, Moffett, Rio Blanco, Routt counties, and the municipalities of Craig, Hayden, Meeker, Oak Creek, and Rangeley. The West End, Montrose County, and the municipalities of Nucla, Norwood, and Nutria, Pueblo County and the city of Pueblo, Morgan County and the municipalities of Brush, Fort Morgan, and Wiggins. These are the communities that are being impacted right now. These won't be the last communities that are impacted. These are the communities that will be able to take advantage of this $15 million in 2 to 3 years to get a foot forward before these transitions are going to come crashing in on them. This is absolutely a needed bill. It's not enough money. I completely understand that, but I want to make sure that you all, not just Representative Soper, knew exactly why we were funding it the way we were and how the money is going to be spent.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm conflicted on this bill because, one, I don't think that the government should be necessarily going in there and doing some of this stuff. But I also acknowledge the fact that if the government told these industries to shut down, you sort of have a responsibility to help them transition. So this is a real need in there. The comment was made a little bit earlier about where these products could be sold. And, the electrical generation could be sold to California at a pretty good price. They can't even keep the lights on with rolling blackouts. But this body has made that decision that we're going to force that shutdown. And therefore, there is a moral responsibility to help that transition. Let me step a little bit further, though, into the future, speaking to the legislative declaration, but let's tweak this a little bit. This body is waging economic warfare on a whole lot of other industries out there, the oil and gas, agriculture, and so forth. The elephant in the room is there's going to be a lot more need for a just transition under the philosophy of what this bill is. I don't know where I'm going to vote on this thing. We do have a moral responsibility to help that transition to when the state forces these companies to shut down. In Colorado Springs, we have a coal plant. We are doing that transition ourselves. We are transitioning those personnel to new careers within the utilities without state help. But a lot of these other communities can't do that. They just cannot step up and do that without that outside assistance, and I appreciate that fact. But there's a bigger problem coming down the road, and it will swamp the ability of the state to do that unless we change course. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in opposition to this. I find this bill to be a cruel inequity, chasing a energy policy that Colorado did not want, and in my estimation, is doomed to failure. And I ask that the bill be read at length.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the bill at length. Oh. Okay.
LLS No. 21-0902.01 Jason Galender X 4330 House Bill 21 to 1290. House Committees Senate Committees Business Affairs and Labor. A bill for an act. 101 concerning funding to provide just transition for coal. 102 transition workers in coal transition communities. 103 in connection therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill makes general fund transfers of $8 million to the Just Transition Cash Fund, and $7 million to a newly created Coal Transition Worker Assistance Program account, in the fund. The Just Transition Office, is required to expend at least 70% of the money transferred to the fund in state fiscal year, FY 2021 to 22 and any. House sponsorship Esgar and Will. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Rankin. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Remaining money in state FY 2022 to 23 to implement the final Just Transition Plan for Colorado and to provide supplemental funding for existing state programs that the office identifies as the most effective vehicles for targeted investment in coal transition communities. In expending the money, the office is required to develop specific criteria for prioritizing the expenditures, emphasize investment in Tier 1 transition communities, as defined by the bill, and support specified types of programs in accordance with specified requirements and limitations. Subject to specified requirements and limitations, the Department of Labor and Employment is required to expend at least 70% of the money transferred to the account in state FY 2021 to 22 and any remaining money in state FY 2022 to 23 first for assistance programs that directly assist coal transition workers and then, if money remains, to support family and other household members of coal transition workers and create and implement a pilot program to test innovative coal transition work support programs. The bill also amends and supplements existing definitions of coal transition community and coal transition worker to improve the implementation of just transition. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 8-83-502, amend 1, 3, 2, and 9, and add 1.5, 10, 11, 12, and 13, as follows. 4. 8-83-502. Definitions. as used in this Part 5, unless the context 5 otherwise requires. 6. 1. Coal transition community means a Colorado. 7. Municipality, county, or region that has been affected in the previous 8 12 months, or that demonstrates it will be impacted in the next 9 36 months, by the loss of 50 or more jobs in total from a coal 10. Mine, coal-fueled electrical power generating plant, or the manufacturing 11. And transportation supply chains of either where a coal transition 12. Facility or a center for the manufacturing or transportation 13. Supply chain of a coal transition facility was or is located 14. 1.5. Coal transition facility means a Colorado. 2 HB 21-1290. 1 coal-fueled electrical power generating plant that was in 2 operation at any time in 2017, or a Colorado coal mine that was 3 actively producing at any time in 2017. 4. 2. Coal transition worker means a Colorado worker laid off 5 from employment on or after May 28, 2019, in a coal mine, coal-fueled 6 electrical power generating plant, or the manufacturing and transportation 7 supply chains of either resident who works or worked in a coal 8 transition facility or in the manufacturing or transportation 9 supply chain of a coal transition facility. 10. 9. Wage differential benefit means supplemental income 11 covering all or part of the difference between an individual's previous 12 employment in a coal mine, coal-fueled electrical power generating plant, 13 or the manufacturing and transportation supply chains of either and new 14 employment or supplemental income during job retraining. Tier 1 15 coal transition worker means a coal transition worker who 16 was laid off on or after January 1, 2017, or who the director 17 determines is reasonably likely to be laid off in the future, from 18 employment in a coal transition facility or the manufacturing 19 or transportation supply chain of a coal transition facility if 20 the proximate cause of the actual or anticipated loss of 21 employment is either the closure or conversion of a coal-fueled 22 electrical power generating plant in Colorado or a contiguous 23 state or what the director determines to be a sustained and 24 likely permanent decline in broader coal markets due to similar 25 closures or conversions nationally and globally. 26. 10. Tier 1 transition community means a coal 27 transition community that the director, with the concurrence 3 HB 21-1290. One of the executive directors of the department and the 2 Department of Local Affairs determines has already 3 experienced or is at risk of experiencing significant economic 4 disruption, the proximate cause of which is either the closure or 5 conversion of a coal-fueled electrical power generating plant 6 in Colorado or a contiguous state or a sustained and likely 7 permanent decline in broader coal markets due to similar 8 closures or conversions nationally and globally. 9. 11. Tier 2 coal transition worker means a coal 10 transition worker who is not a Tier 1 coal transition worker. 11. 12. Tier 2 transition community means a coal 12 transition community that the director, with the concurrence 13 of the executive directors of the department and the 14 Department of Local Affairs, determines has not yet met the 15 criteria required to be a Tier 1 transition community. 16. 13. Wage differential benefit means supplemental. 17. Income covering all or part of the difference between an 18 individuals' previous employment in a coal mine, coal-fueled 19 electrical power generating plant, or the manufacturing and 20 transportation supply chains of either and new employment or 21 supplemental income during job retraining. 22 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 8-83-504, amend, 1, 23 and add, 4, as follows, 24 8-83-504. Just Transition Cash Fund, transfer from General 25 Fund. 1. There is hereby created in the State Treasury the Just Transition 26 Cash Fund. The fund consists of money credited to the fund and any other 27 money that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the fund. 4 HB 21-1290. 1. The State Treasurer shall credit all interest and income derived from the 2 deposit and investment of money in the fund to the fund. Subject to 3 annual appropriation by the General Assembly, the office may expend 4 money from the fund and the department may expend money from 5 the Coal Transition Workforce Assistance Program account of 6 the fund created in Section 8-83-504.5, 1, for purposes specified in 7 this Part 5, including paying for the office's direct and indirect costs in aid administering this Part 5. 9. 4. A. On the effective date of this subsection, 4. A. The 10 State Treasurer shall transfer $8 million from the 11 General Fund to the fund. Subject to annual appropriation by 12 the General Assembly, the office shall expend the money 13 transferred to implement the final Just Transition Plan for 14 Colorado prepared as required by Section 8-83-503, 4, and to 15 provide supplemental funding for existing state programs that 16 the office identifies as the most effective vehicles for targeted 17 investment in coal transition communities. In providing such 18 supplemental funding, the office shall place a heavy emphasis on 19 investment in Tier 1 transition communities and shall support 20 programs that 21. I. Support targeted economic development. 22. 2. Assist with regional capacity for coordination of 23 economic development programs and worker assistance 24 programs. 25. 3. Support infrastructure projects and workforce 26 development programs, or 27. 4. Are consistent with the goals and strategies. 5 HB 21-1290. 1 outlined in the final just transition plan. 2b. In addition to the requirements set forth in subsection 3, 4a of this section, the office shall expend money transferred to the fund pursuant to subsection 4a of this section in accordance with the following requirements and limitations. 6i. The office shall consult with the Just Transition 7 Advisory Committee on expenditure decisions and prioritize the 8 expenditure of the money in a manner consistent with the final 9 Just Transition Plan and the level of support for any given 10 proposed expenditure from coal transition communities and 11 state action teams formed to assist with the development of 12 rural economic diversification and transition roadmaps as set 13 forth in the final Just Transition Plan. 14.2. The office may provide for the transfer of money from 15 the fund to other state agencies only if the transfer is approved. 16 by the director, the executive director of the department, the 17 executive director of the Department of Local Affairs, and the 18 Executive Director of the Colorado Office of Economic 19 Development. 23. The office shall expend at least 70% of 21 the money by the close of state fiscal year 2021 to 22 and shall 22 expend any remaining money by the close of state fiscal year 23 2022 to 23 and 24. 4. The department is authorized to use up to 5% 25 of the money to fund operational support for the office's 26 expenditure of the money including funding for the 27 compensation of existing office employees. 6 HB 21-1290. 1 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, at 8-83-504.5 as to follows. 38-83-504.5. Additional Coal Transition Workforce Assistance 4 Program Funding. Coal Transition Worker Assistance Program 5 Account. 1. The Coal Transition Worker Assistance Program 6 account is hereby created in the fund. On the effective date of 7 this subsection, 1, the State Treasurer shall transfer $7.8 million from the General Fund to the Workforce 9 Assistance Program account. Subject to annual appropriation by 10 the General Assembly, the Department shall expend money from 11 the account for Coal Transition Worker Assistance Programs 12 subject to the following requirements and limitations. 13a. The money must be expended first for programs that 14 directly assist coal transition workers including programs 15 that 16i establish or expand existing apprenticeship programs, 17 the training capacity of such programs and the placement of 18 coal transition workers into such programs, prioritizing 19 programs that are recognized as registered apprenticeship, 20 programs by the department or are industry recognized, 21 apprenticeship programs that satisfy United States Department 22 of Labor requirements for such programs, 23, 2, 8 implementation of the final Just Transition Plan, 24, 3, provide tuition reimbursement, 25, 4, provide job search assistance, 26, v, provide individualized financial and transition 27 planning, or 7 HB 21-1290. 1. 6. Provide other services authorized by the Federal 2 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, Hub.L. 113 to 128, 3 such as on-the-job training, subsidized employment, and other 4 strategies that aid in the implementation of individual 5 transition plans. 6. B. If money required by subsection 1, C, of this section to 7 be expended during state fiscal year 2021 to 22 or during state 8 fiscal year 2022 to 23 remains unexpended as of March 1st of the 9 applicable state fiscal year after expenditures are made 10 pursuant to subsection 1A of this section, additional 11 expenditures shall be made during the applicable state fiscal 12 year, 13, to support family members or other household 14 members of coal transition workers, and 15, 2, to create and implement a pilot program to test 16 innovative coal transition work support programs. The 17 department is encouraged to limit any pilot program to no more 18 than 40 coal transition workers or coal transition worker. 19 households. 20. C. The department shall expend at least 70% 21 of the money by the close of state fiscal year 2021 to 22 and shall 22 expend any remaining money by the close of state fiscal year 23 2022 to 23. 24. D. The department is authorized to use up to 5% 25 of the money to fund operational support for the activities 26 authorized by this section including funding for the 27 compensation of 1 additional full-time equivalent employee. 8 HB 21-1290. 1 Section 4. Appropriation. 1. For the 2021 to 22 state fiscal 2 year, $8 million is appropriated to the Department of Labor and 3 employment for use by the Division of Employment and Training, Just for Transition Office. This appropriation is from the Just Transition Cash Fund 5 created in Section 8-83-504.5, 1, CRS. To implement this act, the 6th Department may use this appropriation for the purposes specified in 7 Section 8-83-504, 4, CRS. Any money appropriated in this section not 8 expended prior to July 1, 2022, is further appropriated to the Just 9 Transition Office for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year for the same purpose. 10. 2. For the 2021 to 22 state fiscal year, $7 million is appropriated 11 to the Department of Labor and Employment. This appropriation is from 12 the Coal Transition Worker Assistance Program account of the Just 13 Transition Cash Fund created in Section 8-83-504.5, 1, CRS, and is 14 based on an assumption that the department will require an additional 1.0 15 FTE. To implement this act, the department may use this appropriation 16 for the purposes specified in Section 8-83-504.5 CRS. Any money 17 appropriated in this section not expended prior to July 1st, 2022, is further 18 appropriated to the department for the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year for the 19 same purpose. 20 Section 5. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 21 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 22 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. -9 HB 21-1290.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the indulgence to read that at length. I think it's useful for the citizens of Colorado to hear that in its entirety. What I might say in closing is our energy resources are a blessing. They should be utilized for the benefit of mankind and not sequestered. The expertise of those in the coal and soon in the gas and oil industry that are going to be unemployed by the long arm of government policy, their expertise should be praised. Their environmental stewardship is above reproach. I've worked in the oil and gas industry. I know these people. I have similar confidence in my energy brothers and sisters in the coal industry. This is the wrong direction to go. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion regarding House Bill 1290? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to speak a little bit about what my colleagues on my side have been talking about, because I agree with that. And, you know, from no fault of their own, my communities that are impacted, and they're being impacted by mandated policies coming right out of here. And it's affecting their livelihoods, it's affecting their families. And so I want to state that these coal-impacted communities we've been talking about, they didn't ask to make coal go away, okay? They didn't ask for that. Didn't ask for it in Natarita, Nucla. Didn't ask for it in Craig, Desiderato Mine, Ranger. Didn't ask for that. Policy from under this gold dome did it in House Bill 19-1314. At that time, in that bill, this chamber committed to support these communities. House Bill 1290 does exactly that. I'm not saying I like it. Didn't like 1314. Didn't like it at the time. Still don't like it. The fact is, remember I stated, you know, just transition. It's here. Repeat, it's here. And so, you know, 1290 provides that seed money, and it is a small down payment on this just transition, like my co-prime mentioned. You know, and I understand that the funding is needed to cover policies that have become law over the last few years. The reality is, I've constituents in my district. These are my friends and neighbors. All right. These constituents in my district have been hugely impacted by these laws, but this funding is incredibly beneficial. And, you know, it kind of depends on whose ox is getting gored. Well, over in House District 57, our ox is getting gored. And I do support, and, you know, I think the state should support in these local solutions, and that's where this funding's headed for that, you know. And I have a lot of trust in our Mr. Buchanan, who's the head of our Just Transition here in the state, and have a lot of trust in our communities over there that they'll make something happen, and this money will be used wisely. But let me restate, these people didn't ask for that. It happened. And so the fact is, since it happened, let's give them some help. They're not, like I said before, they're not looking for a handout. They're looking for a hand up. And Representative Catlin talked about, these are tough, resilient people over there in these communities. And they're not looking for a handout, but they do want to make a way they can still raise their families and have their livelihoods in those communities, because those are great communities to live in, and they want to stay in those communities and be part of them. And this bill will help in some small way make that happen. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1290? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1290. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1065.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Ortiz and Carver, also Senators Garcia and Gardner, concerning the authority of a private employer to adopt a veteran's preference employment policy when hiring new employees.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1065 and the committee report.
So moved. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we did some tweaking of the language on eligible individual and made some other technical changes. Asked for an aye vote.
No, I got it.
Is there any?
Yes.
Oh.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Sorry, folks. I do have an amendment to the committee report. We discussed in committee that we don't want this veterans hiring preference to be used as pretext. And by that, we don't want anyone applying the veterans hiring preference, as sort of a after-the-fact justification for why they didn't hire someone. So what Amendment L022 does, and I move the amendment, is it states that the veterans hiring policy has to be in writing and made public and implemented at least 14 days before it's applied. That way we can ensure that this isn't something that any business happens to do after the fact. And I really appreciate the bill sponsors working with me on this and being so open to the process. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment, and we believe this improves the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Benavides. Okay. Is there any further discussion of amendment?
Just on Amendment L022.
Is there any further discussion of amendment L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L022 is adopted. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L021 and ask that it be displayed.
L021 is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, I want to thank the bill sponsor for working with me on this amendment. I believe that this issue is a very important issue. As someone who has a military family, whose brother is still in the military and hopes to come back to Colorado to continue his life once he retires, it is very important that we hire our veterans and that we consider their skills in serving our country in employment. One way I think that we do that is by a public awareness campaign and really having a conversation with employers about why it's important to hire our veterans. And so this amendment is quite simple. It tells the Department of Economic Development to create an educational program and production materials by September 1 of 2001 that will go out to employers, to chambers, that really talk and speak to the importance of our veterans and what they bring to the Colorado way of life. It also appropriates the funding to do that work. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Ortiz.
And I want to thank Representative Herod for offering this amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge issue. It's been an issue. There is a huge military-civilian divide, and I think this will go a long way in making sure we bridge some of that divide about the skills that our veterans bring to the table after service that they might not yet understand. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L21? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L21 to the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The committee report, the amendment is adopted.
To the committee report, Representative Benavides, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. I want to move L020 and ask that it be displayed, which it is. And
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. You have moved Amendment L20, and it is now before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment does, it amends the committee report, the portion of the committee report that says that that if this preference is in place, it's not a violation of the Title 24, which is the CADA, the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. And so it says that basically this creates a rebuttable presumption to this policy, and that it substitutes CADA to also include Title VII of the Civil Rights Act as amended. So basically, if this were in place and somebody felt they were discriminated against in hiring, they could still bring a complaint. And then just like every other complaint, when you bring a complaint, a discrimination complaint, you bring the complaint, make your allegation, and that allegation has to be rebutted by the employer. And that's what this creates in this matter as well. So I think it's important to have this. The only preference we have in our Constitution right now, or in the state with respect to hiring, is a veteran's preference for people that have served in combat, and it's a hiring preference. But it is, somebody feels they were discriminated against, they could still go forward and bring a complaint, and that's what this bill, this amendment does. So I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. And to explain why I think this actually undercuts and negates, quite frankly, the effectiveness of the goal of this bill. Right now, let me just lay what is this bill doing, and why is adding rebuttable presumption not helpful to the goal of this bill? Decades ago, when members of Congress passed various civil rights acts, the portion of the Title VII that deals with employment indicated that it would not be considered a violation of Title VII if states chose to authorize private businesses to voluntarily do a veterans hiring preference. So for those of you that aren't familiar with this area of law, understand that the federal government in its own hiring has had a veterans hiring preference for decades. All 50 states, including the state of Colorado, when we hire our employees, has a veterans hiring preference. And in this provision of Title VII of the federal employment law that says if states so choose to authorize private businesses who voluntarily want to have a veterans hiring preference, this will not be regarded as employment discrimination. 39 states, red states, blue states, purple states, 39 states out of 50 have acted to pass legislation authorizing private businesses who choose to do so. There is nothing mandatory in this. Private businesses who choose to do so to have a veterans hiring preference. The vast, vast majority of those states provide a veterans hiring preference in ways that this bill would be very unique in the very providing the narrowest veterans hiring preference. So unlike the other 39 states where if a veteran applies and the company makes a decision on job qualifications and then applies their veterans hiring preference, many states allow that not just in the initial hiring decision, but promotion. They also extend that veterans hiring preference to military spouses. How are we taking a much narrower approach in House Bill 1065? First of all, we are saying that it only applies, you can only apply the veterans hiring preference as a tiebreaker. So only if the veteran is equally qualified with other applicants can you use the veteran's preference as a tiebreaker in hiring the vet. The bill also requires, in addition to the policy being in writing, and that the employer must, if they adopt a veteran's hiring preference, that they must apply it uniformly in every case. With regards to military spouses, again, unlike many of the 39 states, we further limit in a time period. No other state that I'm aware of those 39 states, limits the veterans hiring preference, as I've already described, to the specific transition period of when the veteran is coming off active military service. So it is that time period that is most challenging for vets. And when we see the very high suicide rate for veterans, we know that the key element for their successful transition from active military service into the civilian world is getting a job. And the difficulty in getting employment, being able to support them and their families, is many times the triggering factor for suicides. I would just note that in 2019, El Paso County veteran suicide, just in El Paso County, for the year of 2019 was 56 veterans. 56. The other provision in this bill that is narrower than the other 39 states is that we limit the veterans' preference for military spouses to military spouses where the military member has been killed in the line of duty. And we also put a time period on that. In committee, we heard concerns that this veterans hiring preference could be used as a pretext for ill motives. Respectfully, members, the way we have structured this bill, we do not believe it can be utilized in that regard, and here's why. And I use this example in committee. If an employer adopts a veterans hiring preference and now advertises a job, they don't know who's going to walk through the door and apply for that job. The veteran that applies, what the background would be as far as national origin, gender, race, ethnicity, all of those factors. And quite frankly, the military is a very diverse organization, especially in the enlisted ranks where this is most important. And we also don't know who else is going to apply for that job that is not a veteran. And so, because we have restricted the veterans hiring preference to a tiebreaker, that of the veteran and the other folks that apply for the job, whatever that final determination is on who is best qualified, and if there are applicants that are equally qualified, that the veterans hiring preference only acts as a tiebreaker. We believe that that, along with the uniform application, really eliminates the discretion or an ability of an employer to utilize this as a pretext for ill motives. And of course, what is the whole purpose? Why have the other 39 states gone forward and enacted a veterans hiring preference? It is to provide an incentive and encouragement for businesses to consider utilizing a veterans hiring preference, obviously. And part and parcel of that is to qualify for that safe harbor that says, if you do this, then under federal law and under our bill, state law, and you stay within these parameters, that you are in compliance. You are not not in a litigious area. You have met the safe harbor. Adding a rebuttable presumption, which no other state has done, right? No other state has done this. Adding a rebuttable presumption, quite frankly, tells the business community that this is not a safe harbor, that this is a litigious area, and therefore it reduces the effect of the incentive that we're trying to provide, the encouragement that we're trying to provide in this area. And so that is why I think the rebuttable presumption is not helpful, and I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. Members, I want to rise as the chair of the Black Caucus in support of this amendment. I think it is well crafted and really ensures that we are supporting our veterans, but not doing it at the sake of our non-discrimination and protections for our protected classes. So I do ask for an aye vote and appreciate Representative Carver's explanation on the other side. I think it was quite thorough. Appreciate that. But we'll be respectfully asking for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L20? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L20 is adopted. To the State Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted as amended. To the bill. Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. So members, the bottom line of what we have here is, we have a situation where we have 20 plus years of combat, which is unprecedented. And the result of that combat and that deployment schedule are no major foreign attacks since 9/11. And unlike previous generations and previous conflicts, we've not had to endure a draft. We've not paid any special tax or endure a war bond campaign. There's been no rationing of any type. And that's the thing about a national security team that is proficient and effective, is the American people have had to feel little to no cost, but there has been a cost. Frankly, 40% of service members are leaving out of service with a temporary or permanent disability, as well as a myriad of mental health issues. And this, among many reasons, is why we're seeing a higher unemployment rate among veterans in transition, nationally to the tune of 2 to 4%. But in cities and areas that have actually spent the money in studying this issue, like in San Diego, for example, despite veterans being 6% more highly educated than their civilian counterparts, they suffer a 16%, 1/6, higher unemployment rate than their civilian counterparts. Folks, there's a problem here. And this bill seeks to try and solve that problem. So, I want to urge an aye vote for this bill. I really hope that members will stay engaged as I continue to discuss with them the issues around veterans hiring and a veterans hiring preference. And I want to thank you for your time. With that, I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I simply cannot let the seconds pass without thanking my co-prime who has worked this bill so hard. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1065? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand before you today in support of this bill. My district has the highest concentration of military veterans, and I would like for them to be employed, but not without their being qualified. And as this bill will state, that given two people equally qualified, equally appropriate for the job, if the veteran is one of those two, that the job would go to the veteran. I would like to see this bill very much enacted. It would be good for the state of Colorado. Thank you. I urge a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Bradfield. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1065, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1065 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1189.
House Bill 1189 by Representatives Benavides and Valdez A., also Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, concerning additional public health protections in relation to the emission of air toxics.
Okay. All right, thanks. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I move House Bill 211189 along with the committee reports, the appropriations, the Energy and Environment, and the Finance Committee reports.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you. Members, we made some changes in finance with how to fund this bill. Most of it is cash fund, a little bit is stimulus funding, Colorado State stimulus funding, and appropriations approved it.
Is there any further discussion on appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is approval of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Sure.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The appropriations report passes. To the finance report.
Members, in the finance report, we continued working with stakeholders and made a few changes, again, how it would be financed in the Finance Committee, and they approved it, and I would urge an aye vote on the finance report.
Is there any further discussion on the finance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the approval of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Finance report is passed. To the bill.
No.
To the Energy and Environment report. Ooh, Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, the Energy and Environment report really went to the meat of the bill. We had many stakeholder meetings with both sides on this bill and reached a lot of agreement. And that's what's reflected in the Energy and Environment report, and I would urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is approval of the Energy and Environment Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The Energy and Environment Report is passed. To the bill. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a great bill, folks. 1189 is a continuation of work that Representative Benavides and I started many years ago. And one of the most talked about issues within my community is air pollution. I represent the urban core of the city of Denver, home to a lot of traffic that causes pollution, but also home to an industrial facility that has repeatedly caused a lot of emissions into these communities. What this bill does is really just takes the piece on where we can actually find out what is coming out of the smokestacks, what are the concentrations of those things, and once we do, we can start to create some real data around what are the human impacts of these air toxins. These communities have suffered these are most often communities that are low income, communities of color, but the truth of the matter is, for all of our health benefit, we should want to know what the result of breathing things like hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen sulfide, and benzene. These do not sound like good things. These are not good things. They are not meant to be in our body. This bill takes an important step of understanding what are the concentrations that are going into the air at a few facilities statewide, and I would ask you for an aye vote on behalf of everybody who breathes air.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I would just add that, as my co-sponsor mentioned, that these are toxins. They aren't just pollutants, they are toxins. Things like benzene. These are things that can kill you, hydrogen cyanide. And we don't have a real good handle on this. And so last year we identified those 3 toxins, and we identified covered facilities, and there's 4 covered facilities in the state, and 3 of them are in the Adams County area. 1 is in Pueblo. And so once doing that, what we figured out is how do we get the data on how these toxins are being measured. And so what this bill does, it requires fence line monitoring within the facility and community-based monitoring that'll be done by CDPHE. And with that data, we will be able to hopefully determine if there is a health impact standard that needs to be placed on this to limit the emissions of those toxins. That's what the bill does, and like I said, we had great work with the stakeholders involved on both sides, and it's an important bill to get us in, take the next step to get this information, because honestly, members, I represent the area around Commerce City and unincorporated Adams, which is where there's a predominance of the emissions of these toxins, and people are disproportionately getting sick, getting cancer, high levels of asthma, and other conditions like that. It's a huge problem at every single town hall that any representative or senator has in Adams County. You will hear about this, and people are afraid. So this is an important bill, and I think everybody working on it, we will get there and ultimately, not today, not tomorrow, but ultimately be able to help ensure that people are able to live their lives, live in their communities, and live healthy. So I urge a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, pollution certainly is something I know we're all concerned with. But one of my concerns is, again, with this bill, it appears attacking certain businesses. It was mentioned Commerce City. I think of Suncor. I think of the time Suncor has been there, and then I think of the neighborhood around it, the citizens were concerned with that came after Suncor. So I do have an issue when we are attacking businesses that have been around. There is regulation now, and I think this is just more regulation that's ultimately going to hurt these businesses. Ultimately, all this regulation we're imposing on businesses, we know what happens. Guess what? Cost of living skyrockets. Now you're talking about these communities that maybe are hurting on income. They can't even live in Colorado anymore. So this is very concerning that we're just piling on massive regulation over and over and over again. I've said this before. Things are changing. Our energy sources are changing. I don't think we need to rush this, and I think this is going to have some negative effects on the same people that we're trying to help. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to say that I'm all for clean air. I think everybody is. The issue is how far do you take this and what are the requirements that are already in place, and that is where I want to focus on. We already have extensive monitoring available. An awful lot of these facilities already have significant expense involved in doing that monitoring and reporting, both to state and federal agencies. All of these toxins are already being reported, are required to be reported, and that's where, when you add on additional monitoring on top of this, the real-time reporting, some of this is already done. Adding an extra layer adds to that cost, and is something I think is not necessarily justified. The issue also of public, the public meetings, the public comments, that's already required. We already have extensive amount of that required, and this bill goes into extensive detail that adds to what is already required. The bill sponsors themselves talked about going to public meetings and hearing an awful lot of that. And I heard that as well when I went to public hearings on our power plants and other requirements within Colorado Springs. So my ask of you is not to continue to add more and more and more regulations on top of what is already in place. That just merely adds to the cost, adds to that, and all of us eventually end up paying for those costs in the products from the companies that are affected by this. So I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too come from a county, when we're thinking about the last 2 or 3 bills here, where the industry is attacked, the workers are attacked, transitions are being made, growth is happening. We've had the creation of the COGCC, the Air Quality Control Commission, and I look at the different things that our counties have done and the Herculean growth that's occurred in a very short amount of time to ensure the common goal of clean air and of clean water, of clean soil. Our environment in Colorado is precious to us, and that's why we all live here. So I'm in complete agreement as to the goals of this particular piece of legislation. But when it comes to adding more and more and more, this is where I think we diverge and the friction begins when we talk about who's doing what. Now, I know in my county, the pieces are in place for us to look at air quality control, for that fence line monitoring to be happening. In fact, we're taking the lead in this state as a county. And so on behalf of my constituents, my county, I would say we don't need legislation to do that. It's already occurring. And when I look at today's detailed air quality summary for May 19th, 2021, we're certainly not the highest in the state. In fact, we are labeled as good today. We were labeled good a week ago, and we were labeled good a month ago. There's always room for growth, but in our county, we are making sure that growth is happening. We are making sure that those things are occurring. I would wager there are other places in the state, based on the data that I see in front of me, that have room for improvement. And that's a great conversation for COGCC and the Air Quality Control Commission to have with those entities, to have with those places, to ensure that there's cleaner air for all of Coloradans. So on that, I would say I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to clarify, I don't really know what county you're from, but are you from Pueblo County? No? Well, this only impacts 4 facilities, and the 3 are located in Adams, and then the other one is in Pueblo County. So this is very narrow. And I'm glad you mentioned that in your county you may have great air and great air quality every day, but I can tell you in my county we have roughly 90 to 100 alerts a year with regard to the emissions from Suncor. So every place is not the same. This does not apply to your area. This is limited to those 4 counties and those 4 facilities, 2 counties, 4 facilities.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
I also want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. We heard it in committee, and I think it's what we're doing here is representing our districts. So I respect that and give you accolades for doing that. However, I think the legislature here is once again divesting its interest in making law and policy that giving too much power to the governor and they're appointing boards. We just got done talking about job loss and all that kind of thing in the coal-impacted communities. I think there's a lot of people in that community that work in these areas that Representative Benavides just said was narrowly addressed in this bill. And I think that currently we already have established EPA emission levels, and I question whether that's, is that not sufficient? It seems to me that it protects human health and environment, and the Air Quality Control Division within CDPHE is responsible for implementing these air quality programs, and I think there's things already in place that does exactly that, and I don't know that this bill is necessary. I know over in my area, especially in Garfield County, the oil and gas, there was a lot of complaints on air quality. They did an extensive program with air quality testing because there was complaints. It was a complaint-driven deal. They did a lot of air quality monitoring, and it all came out really good. So, and I just think that this bill is just another layering effect for multiple agencies to be involved in this air quality. I think we currently have these, like the Air Quality Control Commission and CDPH&E and EPA already in place. We don't need an additional add-on, so I'd ask for a no vote on the bill.
Representative Van Bibber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Representative Benavides for your clarification about where this occurs, but I would posit that the fiscal note occurs everywhere. And so on behalf of the taxpayers in my county, that's not a cost that I would like them to bear or endure because we are giving our due diligence to this topic. And so I would look at it from that vein, and again, I would ask for no vote on this bill.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with Representative Will. I think there's already plenty of regulation rules around air quality, and just adding more and more is going to kill this state. It's killing jobs already. And with that, I ask that 1189 be read at length.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the bill? No. The bill will be read at length.
LLS no. 21-0452.01 Thomas Morris X 4218 House Bill 21 to 1189. House Committees Senate Committees Energy and Environment Finance. A bill for an act. 101 concerning additional public health protections in relation. 102 to the emission of air toxics. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. Current law defines as a covered facility a stationary source of air pollutants that reported in its federal toxics release inventory filing at least one of the following amounts of the following covered air toxics in 1 year. 4-hydrogen cyanide, 10,000 pounds. 4-hydrogen sulfide, 5,000 pounds, and House sponsorship Benavides and Valdez A. Senate sponsorship Gonzalez and Moreno. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. For benzene, 5,000 pounds. The bill expands upon the requirements applicable to covered facilities by directing the Air Quality Control Commission to consider, at least every 5 years, adding new types of covered air toxics and adjusting the applicable emission thresholds. Requiring that a covered facility's outreach to communities near the covered facility, in particular disproportionately impacted communities, be conducted in the 2 most prevalent languages spoken in the communities. Requiring covered facilities to conduct fence line monitoring of covered air toxics and to publicly report the results of the monitoring, and requiring covered facilities to take corrective action within 15 days after a violation occurs. The bill also requires the Division of Administration in the Department of Public Health and Environment to conduct community-based monitoring of covered air toxics in areas near covered facilities and to publicly report the results. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 25-7-141 as 3 follows. 425-7-141. Air toxics, duties of covered entities, public notice. 5 of air quality incidents, monitoring, corrective action, legislative. 6 declaration, definitions, rules. 1. Legislative declaration. They. 7. General Assembly hereby. 8. A. Finds that. 9. I. Air toxics are pollutants that cause or may cause 10. Cancer or other serious health effects, such as adverse. 11. Reproductive effects or birth defects, or adverse environmental. 12. And ecological effects, N. 13. 2. Disproportionately impacted communities often. 14. Include low-income neighborhoods and residents who identify as -2 HB 21-1189. 1. Black, Indigenous, Latino, and people of color and are 2 disproportionately affected by air toxics emissions. 3. B. Determines that 4. I. Colorado communities have a right to know about 5 exposures to air toxics in real time. 6. 2. Colorado communities are increasingly concerned. 7. About the potential health impacts of air toxics resulting from 8. Routine facility operations, fugitive leaks, upset conditions, or 9. Emergency situations. 10. 3. Real-time air monitoring, including Fenceline and 11 community-based monitoring systems, can provide valuable air 12 quality data to assess the potential impacts of air toxics 13 emissions in nearby communities, to understand temporal 14 variations in air toxics emissions, and to enable facilities to 15 quickly address significant changes in air toxics emissions. 16. 4. Community-based monitoring is useful for estimating 17 air toxics exposures and health risks and in determining trends. 18. In air pollutant levels over time, and 19. V. Fenceline monitoring is useful for detecting or 20 estimating leaks, the quantity of fugitive emissions, and other 21 air emissions from a certain facility, and 22. C. Declares that facilities that emit air toxics have a 23 responsibility to collect real-time air toxics data and to 24 provide monitoring results as quickly as possible in a publicly 25 accessible format to help communities understand their level of 26 exposure. 27. 1. 2. Definitions. As used in this section, unless the context. -3 HB 21-1189. 1. Otherwise requires. 2. A. Community-based monitoring means monitoring using 3 equipment that measures and records air pollutant 4 concentrations in the ambient air, including concentrations of 5 covered air toxics, at or near sensitive receptor locations near 6. A covered facility. 7. A. B. Covered air toxic means 8. I. Hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen sulfide, and benzene, and 9. 2. Any other hazardous air pollutant that the 10 Commission lists, by rule, pursuant to subsection 3 of this 11 section. 12. B. C. Covered facility means a stationary source that reported 13 at least one of the following amounts of a covered air toxic in its federal 14 toxics release inventory filing pursuant to 42 U.S.C. Sector 11023 for the 15-year 2017 or later. 16. I. For hydrogen cyanide, 10,000 pounds. 17. 2. For hydrogen sulfide, 5,000 pounds. And 18. 3. For benzene, 1,000 pounds. And 19. 4. For a covered air toxic listed by rule pursuant to 20 subsection 3 of this section, the amount specified by the rule. 21. C. D. Emergency Notification Service has the meaning 22 established in section 29-11-101, 1.5, 11. 23. E. Fenceline monitoring means monitoring using 24 equipment that continuously measures and records air 25 pollutant concentrations at or adjacent to a covered facility's 26 boundary. 27. D. F. Incident means the emission by a covered facility of an -4 HB 21-1189. 1 air pollutant at a rate or quantity that exceeds allowable emissions is a 2 result of anticipated or unanticipated circumstances, including a 3 malfunction, start up, shut down, upset, or emergency. 4. G. Method 325A means the test method title volatile 5 organic compounds from fugitive and area sources, sampler 6 deployment and VOC sample collection adopted by the Air 7 Emission Measurement Center of the Federal Environmental Aid Protection Agency. 9. H. Method 325B means the test method title volatile 10 organic compounds from fugitive and area sources, sampler 11 preparation and analysis promulgated by the Air Emission 12 Measurement Center of the Federal Environmental Protection 13 Agency. 14. I. Method to 15A means the test method titled 15 Determination of Volatile Organic Compounds, VOCS, in Air 16 collected in specially prepared canisters and analyzed by Gas 17 Chromatography/Mass Spectrometry, GC/MS, published in the 2nd edition of the Federal Environmental Protection 19 Agencies Compendium of Methods from the Determination of 20 Toxic Organic Compounds in Ambient Air. 21J, optical remote sensing technology means 22 technology with the ability to provide real-time measurements 23 of air pollutant concentrations along an open path as described 24 in EPA handbook optical and remote sensing for measurement 25 and monitoring of emissions flux of gases and particulate 26 matter by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. 27K, petroleum refinery means an establishment that -5 HB 21-1189. 1 IS located on one or more contiguous or adjacent properties. 2 that processes crude oil to produce more usable products such 3 as gasoline, diesel fuel, aviation fuel, lubricating oils, asphalt, 4 or petrochemical feedstocks. The term includes auxiliary 5 facilities such as boilers, wastewater treatment plants, 6 hydrogen production facilities, sulfur recovery plants, cooling 7 towers, blow-down systems, compressor engines, and power 8 plants. 9.2. Petroleum refinery processes include separation 10 processes, including atmospheric or vacuum distillation and 11 light ends recovery, petroleum conversion processes, including 12 cracking, reforming, alkylation, polymerization, isomerization, 13 coking, and visbreaking, petroleum treating processes, including 14 hydrodesulfurization, hydrotreating, chemical sweetening, acid 15 gas removal and desalting, and feedstock and product 16 handling, including storage, crude oil, blending, non-crude oil. 17 feedstock blending, product blending, loading, and unloading. 18. L. Real time means the actual or near actual time. 19. During which covered air toxics or other air pollutant emissions. 20. Occur. 21. M. Relevant area means the area within 3 miles of 22 a covered facility where communities may be exposed to covered 23 air toxics. 24. N. Relevant languages means the 2 most prevalent 25 languages spoken in the relevant area, as identified in the 26th latest American Community Survey published by the Federal 27 Census Bureau. -6 HB 21-1189. 1.3. Review of covered air toxics and emission thresholds for 2 covered facilities. In order to better protect public health, the 3 Commission shall, 4.A, at least every 5 years beginning in 2027, or more 5 frequently if it deems it appropriate to do so, including pursuant 6 to a request by any interested person, review the best available 7 science, the list of covered air toxics, and the emission 8 thresholds for covered facilities to determine whether 9 additional hazardous air pollutants should be listed as covered 10 air toxics and the appropriate emission threshold for covered 11 facilities regarding each additional covered air toxic, and 12.B, based on its review, adjust the lists of covered air 13 toxics and covered facilities and the emission thresholds for 14 covered facilities by rule. 15.2.4. Emergency notifications. Each covered facility shall, 16.A, conduct outreach to representatives of the community. 17. Surrounding the covered facility in the relevant area to discuss. 18. Communications regarding the occurrence of an incident, including 19.I. Methods by which the covered facility can disseminate 20. Information to the community in the relevant area and methods by 21 which community members can contact the covered facility regarding an 22 incident, and 23.2. Provisions for communications in Spanish the relevant 24 languages. 25.B. Use an emergency notification service through which the 26 covered facility will communicate in the relevant languages. With 27 and make data available to the community surrounding the covered. -7 HB 21-1189. 1 facility in the relevant area and the division regarding the 2 occurrence of an incident. 3.C. Implement the emergency notification service within 4 months after July 2nd, 2020. And 5.D. Pay all costs associated with its use of the emergency 6 notification service. 7.5. Fence line monitoring. A.I. Beginning on January 1st, 2023, a covered facility that is a petroleum refinery shall 9 conduct fence line monitoring of covered air toxics in real time. 10 and shall disseminate all fence line monitoring data to the 11 public as described in subsection 5H of this section. 12.2. Beginning on July 1st, 2024, all covered facilities not 13 subject to subsection 5A.I. of this section shall conduct 14 fence line monitoring of covered air toxics in real time and shall 15 disseminate all fence line monitoring data to the public as 16 described in subsection 5H of this section. 17.B. At least 1 year before a covered facility begins. 18. Conducting fence line monitoring, the covered facility shall. 19. Submit an initial draft fence line monitoring plan to the division. 20. Each fence line monitoring plan must, 21.I. be at least as stringent as Method 325A, Method 325B, 22 and Method 215A combined, or the most up-to-date emissions 23 test or measurement methods for fence line monitoring approved 24 or promulgated by the Federal Environmental Protection 25 Agency. 26.2. Provide for monitoring of covered air toxics using 27 optical remote sensing technology or other monitoring. -8 HB 21-1189. 1. Technology with the ability to provide real-time spatial and 2. Temporal data to understand the type and amount of emissions. 3. Be submitted to the division in the relevant 4 languages. And 4. Identify. 6. The equipment to be used to continuously monitor. 7. Record and disseminate emission data for each covered air toxic. 8. In real time, including equipment to continuously record wind 9 speed and wind direction data. 10. B. Siting and equipment specifications. 11. C. Procedures for air monitoring equipment maintenance 12 and failures, maintenance plans and schedules. Temporary 13 backup measures to implement during equipment failures. Data 14 management, quality assurance, and quality control. 15. D. Methods for disseminating fence line monitoring data 16 to the public, local governments, area schools, and the Division 17 in real-time via the website specified in subsection 5 H I of this 18 section, and 19. E. Air pollutants other than covered air toxics that the 20 monitors are capable of measuring. 21. C. Upon receipt of an initial draft fence line monitoring 22 plan or plan that is resubmitted pursuant to subsection 5 I of 23 this section, the division shall 24 I promptly post the plan on the division's website. 25. 2. Ensure that the plan is subject to at least 90 days. 26 of public comment. 27. 3. Respond in writing to all comments received. 9 HB 21-1189. 1. 4. Consult with local governments in the relevant area 2 about the plan, and 3. V. Consult community members and hold at least 4 public hearings regarding the plan within 2 months after 5. Submission to the division. The hearings must 6. A. Be held at a location near the covered facility. 7. Prioritizing disproportionately impacted communities. 8. B. Be held once during the evening and once during a 9 weekend. 10. C. Be available for remote participation via the internet. 11. D. Include interpretation services in the relevant 12 languages that are not the same language in which the hearing 13 is conducted. And 14. E. Provide child care services for the attendees. 15. D. I. No later than 4 months after the submission of 16 an initial draft fence line monitoring plan or plan that IS 17 resubmitted pursuant to subsection 5 I of this section, the 18 covered facility may submit a revised plan to the division. 19. 2. Upon receipt of a revised plan, the division shall again 20. Comply with subsection 5 C of this section with respect to the 21 revised plan. 22. E. The division shall approve or disapprove a fence line 23 monitoring plan no later than 8 months after it is initially 24 submitted to the division. If the division disapproves of a 25 monitoring plan, IT shall promptly modify the monitoring plan 26 to ensure compliance with subsection 5 B of this section prior 27 to approval. 10 HB 21-1189. 1. F. Once the division approves a fence line monitoring plan, 2. The division shall promptly post the plan on its website. Within 3 weeks after approval, the covered facility shall make the 4 approved plan available to the division and the public in the 5 relevant languages, and the division shall promptly post the 6 translated plan on the division's website. The covered facility 7 shall make hard copies of the approved and translated plans 8 available at any public libraries in the relevant area. 9. G. If a covered facility is a major source, as that term is 10 defined in section 25-7-114. 3. The division shall incorporate 11 fence line monitoring requirements into the covered facility's 12 operating permit required by section 25-7-114.3. 13. H. Each covered facility shall collect real-time data 14 from the fence line monitoring system, shall maintain records of 15 the data, and shall disseminate the data to the division and the 16 public. The dissemination must 17. I. Be available in real time on a website maintained by 18. The covered facility and include a map of all fence line 19 monitoring equipment locations and the ability to access 20 historical fence line monitoring data. 21. 2. Be in the relevant languages spoken in the relevant 22 area. 23. 3. Include descriptions in the relevant languages of 24 covered air toxics and their possible health effects as specified. 25. By the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. 26. 4. Include data about air concentrations of any 27 pollutant other than covered air toxics that the fence line 11 HB 21-1189. 1. Monitoring equipment is capable of measuring, and 2. V. Be presented in a manner that can be understood by 3 members of the public regardless of socioeconomic background. 4. I. A covered facility shall update and resubmit for 5 division approval its fence line monitoring plan every 5 years. 6. Except that the division may require an updated plan before the 7 expiration of 5 years based on 8. I. Its own determination that there has been a 9 substantial change in the covered facility's operations or 10 emissions, or 11. 2. A written request submitted by a member of the public 12 that the division determines justifies an updated plan. 13. 6. Corrective action. A. If data from a fence line 14 monitoring system identifies a permit violation by a covered 15 facility, the covered facility shall 16. I. Immediately notify the division and communities in the 17 relevant area of the violation pursuant to the emergency. 18. Notification requirements specified in subsection 4 B of this. 19. Section 22. Analyze the cause of the violation, and 21. 3. Promptly take corrective action to address the cause 22 of the violation, not to exceed 15 days. 23. B. If a facility fails to take corrective action within 15 days, the division shall pursue enforcement pursuant to 25 Section 25-7-115. 26. 7. Community-based monitoring. A. Beginning no later 27 than January 1st, 2023, the division shall conduct 12 HB 21-1189. 1. Community-based monitoring of covered air toxics in the 2 relevant areas. The community-based monitoring must occur for 3 no less than 30 cumulative days during each quarter of 4 every year. 5. B. No later than July 1st, 2022, and every 3 years 6 thereafter. The division shall, 7. I. Post a list of intended community-based monitoring aid equipment locations on the division's website in the relevant 9 languages. 10. 2. Ensure that the list of intended monitoring equipment 11 locations is subject to at least 90 days of public comment. 12 and 13. 3. Consider input from local governments and school 14 districts in the relevant areas about the list of intended 15 monitoring equipment locations. 16. C. The division shall promptly make community-based 17 monitoring data available to the public, including data about 18 concentrations of air pollutants other than covered air toxics. 19. That the monitoring equipment is capable of measuring. 28. Costs paid by covered facilities. A. Each covered 21 facility is responsible for the cost of installing, operating, and 22 maintaining all fence line monitoring equipment used pursuant 23 to the monitoring plan, as well as the cost of disseminating the 24 data to the public. 25. B. A covered facility shall pay a processing fee pursuant 26 to section 25-7-114.7. 2. A. 3. To cover the division's indirect and 27 direct costs of reviewing and approving fence line monitoring. 13 HB 21-1189. 1. Plans, except that the processing fee calculated pursuant to 2 section 25-7-114.7. 2. A. 3. Must include the covered facilities' 3 pro rata share of the division's costs of conducting 4 community-based monitoring and in otherwise implementing this 5 section. 6. Section 2. Applicability. This act applies to conduct occurring 7 on or after the effective date of this act. 8. Section 3. Safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 9 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 10 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 14 HB 21-1189.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a good read. Appreciate that. And it underscores an awful lot of what I was concerned about. Most of these regulations are already in place. All this thing is doing is really adding on another layer of control, another layer of reporting, most of which is already there. What it does add is the addition of additional fence line monitoring. Those are very expensive pieces of equipment. They're about $1 million a shot. And to hook those up into the real-time reporting is another layer of requirements. All of those emissions are already required to be reported. Everything is already reported to CDPHE, the Air Quality Control Commission, and the federal EPA. This is just adds another layer on there. It has reporting, or it has requirements there for the public. It goes into the detail of the refinery being required to provide babysitting for the people who come and provide multiple language support. I think our people are capable of getting to a public hearing online or in person. I ask for a no vote. This is just a step too far. We already have some of the strictest regulations in the country. We already have the cleanest air in the country. All for clean air, all for maintaining those standards. They already are in place.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was glad that the bill was read at length. I find it revealing, and I hope the citizens of Colorado that are listening to this find it helpful. Specifically, while I was reading along with the computerized voice, I noticed on page 8, line 3 and 4, it's asking that we implement the emergency notification service within 6 months after July 2, 2020, which is coming up on a year from that's a year ago now almost. I'd like to ask the bill sponsors, what are we talking about here, and is this timeline accurate? Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1189. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The bill, House Bill 1189 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1254.
House Bill 1254 by Representatives Valdez and Larson, also Senators Winter and Priola, concerning regulation related to the ownership of a vehicle.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1254, the Transportation and Local Government Committee report and the Finance report and the Appropriations report.
There's no finance report.
Okay, my bad.
Okay. To the appropriations report.
We had a great discussion. Apparently, my joke wasn't very popular. I asked for an aye vote.
So the question before us is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The appropriation report passes. Now to the transportation and local government report. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a robust discussion about how this bill would help Colorado to become a fairer place, and we'll get into that into the bill, but I ask for an aye vote.
The question, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the transportation and local government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The report passes. Transportation and local government report passes. To the bill, Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this is a bill that came. It's kind of one of those entrepreneurial bills where you see something and you decide you want to do something about it. And what I started to notice was there were so many out-of-state plates on Colorado roads, so many expired temp tags, and our office is always being inundated with calls regarding how expensive it is to register a car in Colorado. And the truth is that if we have higher compliance on the rules, which establish residency after 90 days from when somebody moves to the state of Colorado, we would be able to lower everybody's car registrations. And so what this bill does is gets higher compliance so that we can lower our overall registration fees in the future. This also provides a ton of money to the Colorado Bridge Fund, which will help us to replace some of our aging infrastructure, which we talk about all the time. It will also put money into the drive system, which is the electronic system, so that hopefully Colorado can continue to move into the 20th century, maybe someday the 21st century, when it comes to how we do car registration. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime on this bill. This bill has been great. It is an issue that I'm sure that everybody brings up all the time. I don't know that there is a single district out there where the constituents are not complaining about the condition of the roads and bridges. And this is a great bill that will allow us to take the registration fees that we all pay for using our roads, make sure that that money is put specifically to the road and bridge purposes, and then bring down our registration fees with the additional money that's left over. It's great for so many reasons because I think it is specific, targeted. It's a user fee going to a user's purpose. It also gets at the problem that Colorado has one of the highest registration fees in the country, due in no small part due to this lack of compliance issue that we have here now, where there's sort of a loophole where people move from other states, don't up their registration because there frankly isn't much of a disincentive right now to having expired tags from an out-of-state plate. So hopefully this will bring in revenue that the state has already owed, that is for people that are already using our roads, and help alleviate our congestion issues and help alleviate the registration issues. So it's kind of a win-win-win. It's a rare opportunity, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we go through the session this morning, I find this opportunities to review these bills more thoroughly exceedingly useful. I ask that this bill be read at length. Thank you.
The bill will be read at length.
First regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, introduced. LLS No. 21-0267.01 Jerry Payne X 2157 House Bill 21 to 1254. House Committees, Senate Committees, Transportation and Local Government. A bill for an act. 101 concerning regulation related to the ownership of a 102 vehicle. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. Under current law, the Department of Revenue may implement a system for electronic transmission of registration, lien, and titling information for vehicles or special mobile machinery. This system is funded by gifts, grants, and donations. Section 1 of the bill creates the Electronic Transactions Fund and directs the department to transfer any gifts, grants, or donations it receives to the state treasurer for deposit in. House sponsorship Valdez A. and Larson. Senate sponsorship, none. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. The fund, the contributed money, as well as money from additional fees authorized under Section 2, is to be used to implement the electronic system. Current law gives a person who moves to Colorado 90 days to register their motor vehicle. Section 2 requires a person who registers a vehicle after moving to Colorado to provide documentation of the vehicle's previous registration that contains the registration dates. Provide evidence of the date that the person became a Colorado resident unless the previous registration expired within 90 days before the owner applied to register the vehicle, and pay the vehicle's registration taxes and fees that are prorated from the date the person became a Colorado resident to the date the person applied to register the vehicle unless the vehicle is used for interstate commerce or unless the owner registered the vehicle within 90 days after becoming a resident. The effect of these listed changes is that an owner who fails to register the vehicle within 90 days will be assessed back taxes and fees. The additional fees collected under Section 2 are transferred to the Electronic Transactions Fund until the fund achieves its purposes. The allocation and use of the taxes does not change. Current law exempts people with expired temporary tags from paying the late fees for failing to register a vehicle. Section 3 repeals this exemption. Section 3 also imposes prorated registration taxes and fees to capture missed revenue when a person fails to register a vehicle when required by law. Current law limits to 2 the number of temporary plates that may be issued for a vehicle used to transport persons or property over the road. The purchaser or owner may get a third plate if necessary for title or lien documentation. Section 4 requires the purchaser or owner to pay the vehicle's registration taxes and fees to get the third temporary plate. If the sale is not consummated, the person who attempted to purchase the vehicle gets a 12-month credit toward a subsequent registration of another vehicle. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 42-1-234, amend. 3. 1a, introductory portion, 2, and 3a, and add 4, as follows. 442-1-234. Electronic Vehicle Registration and Titling, Electronic. -2 HB 21-1254. 1. Transmission of Vehicle Lien Information, Authority, Rules, Electronic. 2. Transmissions Fund, Electronic Transactions Fund, Gifts, Grants, and 3. Donations, repeal. 1a. When the department has adequate for money in the Electronic Transactions Fund created in subsection 5(4) of this section, the department may shall establish a system to 6. Allow the electronic transmission of registration, lien, and titling. 7. Information for vehicles, motor vehicles, off-highway vehicles, or 8. Special mobile machinery. Except as provided in subsection 3 of this 9 section, the department may adopt rules necessary for the implementation 10 of this section, including rules to allow the department to 11. 2. The department is authorized to seek and accept gifts, grants, 12 or donations from private or public sources, including from third-party 13 providers, for the purposes of this section, except that the department may 14. Not accept a gift, grant, or donation that is subject to conditions that are 15. Inconsistent with this section or any other law of the state. The 16 department shall ensure that any funds money contributed to the 17 department for the implementation of the system for the electronic 18 transmission of registration, lien, and titling information for vehicles, 19 motor vehicles, off-highway vehicles, and special mobile machinery are 20 IS, 21a, tracked separately and used only for the implementation of the 22 system, and 23b, transferred to the state treasurer, who shall credit 24 the money to the electronic transactions fund created in 25 subsection 4 of this section. 26. 3a. The department need not promulgate rules, under 27 subsection 1 of this section, that implement the system for electronic. -3 HB 21-1254. 1. Transactions until the department receives adequate gifts, grants, or 2. Donations has adequate money in the electronic transactions 3 fund created in subsection 4 of this section to implement the 4 promulgated rules system. When the department has adequate 5 money in the electronic transactions fund, the department may 6. Upon receiving adequate gifts, grants, or donations, shall phase in 7 implementation of this section as reasonable. The department shall not 8 use money from the general fund to implement this section. 9. 4a. The electronic transactions fund, referred to in 10 this subsection 4 as the fund is hereby created in the state 11 treasury. The fund consists of money credited to the fund under 12 this section, section 42-3-103, 4a, 3b, and any other money 13 that the General Assembly may appropriate or transfer to the 14 fund. 15b. The state treasurer shall credit all interest in 16. Income derived from the deposit and investment of money in the 17 fund to the fund. 18C. Subject to annual appropriation by the General 19 Assembly, the department may expend money from the fund to 20 implement the system for the electronic transmission of 21 registration, lien, and titling information in accordance with 22 this section. 23D, I, subsections 2 and 3 of this section, this 24 subsection 4, and section 42-3-103, 4A, 3B, will be repealed. 25 if the department fully implements this section. Upon fully 26 implementing this section, the executive director of the 27 department shall -4 HB 21-1254. 1A. First, notify the state treasurer, who shall transfer to any unexpended and unencumbered money remaining in the Fund 3 to the Highway Users Tax Fund created in Section 43-4-201, and 4B. Then, notify the reviser of statutes in writing of the 5 date on which the conditions specified in this subsection. 4D. Has 6 occurred by E. Mailing the notice to 7 REVISO statutes.ga@state.co.us. 8. 2. Subsections 2 and 3 of this section, this subsection 9, 4, and section 42-3-103, 4A, 3B, are repealed, effective upon 10 the date identified in the notice to the reviser of statutes that 11 this section was fully implemented, or, if the notice does not 12 specify that date, upon the date of the notice to the reviser of 13 statutes. 14 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 42-3-103, amend 15, 4A, and 5, as follows. 1642-3-103. Registration required, exemptions, rules, repeal. 17. 4A, I, within 90 days after becoming a resident of Colorado, and 18. Owner of a motor vehicle required to be registered by subsection 1 of 19. This section shall register such the vehicle with the department, 20 irrespective of such the vehicle being registered within another state or 21 country. 22. 2. To register a vehicle that is or was previously 23 registered within another state or country, the owner must, 24A, provide the department with documentation of the 25 previous registration that contains the dates of the previous 26 registration. 27B, provide the department with evidence of the date that -5 HB 21-1254. 1. The owner became a resident of Colorado unless the previous 2 registration expired within 90 days before the date the 3 owner applied to register the vehicle in Colorado, and 4C. Pay, in addition to the taxes and fees to register the 5 vehicle, the vehicle's registration taxes and fees that are 6 imposed in this Article 3 and that are prorated from the date the 7 owner became a resident of Colorado to the date the owner 8 applied to register the vehicle, unless the vehicle is Class A 9 personal property, or unless the owner registered the vehicle 10 within 90 days after becoming a resident as determined by 11 the documents and evidence provided under subsections 12, 4A, 2A, and 4A, 2B of this section. 13. 3. The department shall, 14A, promulgate rules governing the documentation and 15 evidence that establish the dates described in subsections 16, 4A, 2A, and 4A, 2B of this section. 17B. Credit the fees, which do not include specific 18. Ownership tax, imposed in subsection 4A, 2C of this section 19 to the Electronic Transactions Fund created in section 42-1-23420, 4A. This subsection, 4A, 3B, is repealed, effective upon the 21 repeal of section 42-1-234, 4, in accordance with section 42-1-23422, 4D. 23. 4. A person who violates this paragraph, A, subsection 4A, 24 is subject to the penalties provided in sections 42-6-139 and 43-4-80425, 1D. CRS. 26. 5. The provisions of this Title 42 concerning the registration 27 of motor vehicles and the display of number plates or of other -6 HB 21-1254. 1. Identification shall do not apply to manufactured homes. 2. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 42-3-112, amend 1, 3 and 1.5a, introductory portion, and repeal 1.5a, 3, as follows. 442-3-112. Failure to pay tax, penalty, rules. 1a. If a 5 vehicle subject to taxation under this article, Article 3 is not registered 6 when required by law, the vehicle owner shall pay 7i, a late fee of $25 for each month or portion of 8 a month following the expiration of the registration period, or, if 9 applicable, the expiration of the grace period described in section 1042-3-114 for which the vehicle is unregistered, except that the amount of 11 the late fee shall not exceed $100, and 12. 2. In addition to the taxes and fees to register the 13 vehicle, the prorated registration taxes and fees imposed in 14 Section 42-3-103, 4A, 2C. 15B. Both the late fee shall be and prorated registration. 16 taxes and fees imposed in this subsection, 1, are due when the 17 vehicle is registered. 18, 1.5a, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 1 of this 19th section, the Executive Director of the Department shall promulgate Rules 20 in accordance with Article 4 of Title 24, CRS, that establish 21 circumstances in addition to the circumstances described in subsection 3.22 of this section in which a vehicle owner shall be exempted from paying 23 the late fee described in said subsection 1. The rules shall must apply 24 uniformly throughout the state and shall must include but shall not be 25 limited to exemptions for 26, 3, temporary registration number plates, tags, or certificates 27 that have expired. Dash 7 HB 21-1254. 1 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 42-3-203, amend 2, 3A, I, 3C, I, and 3C, 3 as follows: 342-3-203. Standardized plates, notice of funding through 4 gifts, grants, and donations, rules, repeal. 3A.I. The Department may 5th issue individual temporary registration number plates and certificates 6 good for a period not to exceed 60 days upon application by an owner 7 of a motor vehicle or the owner's agent in the payment of a registration 8 fee of $2, $1.60 to be retained by the 9 authorized agent or department issuing the plates and certificates and the 10 remainder to be remitted monthly to the department to be transmitted to 11 the state treasurer for credit to the Highway Users Tax Fund. 12. C. I. Subject to subparagraph 3 of this paragraph. C. 13 subsection 3. C. 3 of this section. The department shall not issue 14 more than 2 temporary registration number plates and certificates per 15 year to owner or purchaser of a Class A or Class B motor vehicle. 16. 3a. The department may promulgate rules authorizing the 17 issuance of more than 2 temporary registration number plates and 18 certificates per year vehicle being purchased or owned by 119 person if the motor vehicle title work or lien perfection has caused the 20 need for such issuance of another temporary registration. 21. B. To be issued a third temporary registration number 22 plate or certificate for a vehicle, the purchaser or owner must 23 pay the full taxes and fees imposed in this Article 3 to register 24 the vehicle. If a vehicle purchaser never fully registers the 25 vehicle because the sale was not consummated, the Department 26 shall give the person who paid the taxes and fees under this 27 subsection 3C 3B a credit equal to the amount of taxes. 8 HB 21-1254. 1 and fees paid under this subsection 3C 3B towards a 2 subsequent registration of another vehicle, except that the 3 credit is available for a subsequent vehicle for no more than 12 months after the 3rd temporary registration expires. 5 Section 5. Act subject to petition. Effective date. 6 applicability. 1. This act takes effect January 1st, 2022, except that, if a 7 referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1, 3, of Article V of the 8 state constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this act 9 within the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General 10 Assembly, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless 11 approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 12, 2022 and, in such case, will take effect on the date of the official 13 declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 14. 2. This act applies to registration or certificate applications filed 15 on or after the applicable effective date of this act. 9 HB 21-1254.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none? Oh.
Actually, I'm here.
Oh. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence of that illuminating and elucidating reading. When I look at the pink sheets here, which for the audience at home are the fiscal notes and the revised fiscal notes, I look at page 3 and I look at the revenues for FY 21-22 that are projected to be generated for the government, and they stand at $28,605,425. In fiscal year 22-23, the revenue for the state from the people is $14,475,425. I rise in opposition to this bill for the very simple reason that people in my district, in the district I represent, have come to me and asked and pleaded that we run legislation, run bills to reduce the fees of vehicle registrations and give people more control over the property that is theirs and is being perpetually taxed and feed by the state. This $28 million this year and next year is going in the wrong direction. These people have paid for these vehicles. They're their vehicles to deal with. If they want them unregistered in their garage, that'd be their right. The government shouldn't be able to come back and charge more, as an example. This is just more convolution on a problem, and it's going the wrong direction. I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1254. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. The House Bill 1254 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1281.
House Bill 1281 by Representatives Cutter and Will, also Senator Pedersen, concerning the creation of the Community Behavioral Health Disaster Preparedness and Response Program in the Department of Public Health and Environment to ensure behavioral health is adequately represented within disaster preparedness and responsive efforts across the state.
Oh, Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you. We'd like to move the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Hold on. Say no. Please move the bill.
Please move the bill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the
I'd like to
appropriations.
move House Bill 1281.
And the Public and Behavioral Health report, please.
And the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report.
I second that.
To the appropriations report.
They gave us some money.
Okay. So the question is before us. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Appropriations report passes. To the Public Health and Behavior report. Representative Will.
So on the committee, we had a few amendments there, mainly on the cash fund, the money for this fund. We had the amendment to continuously appropriate to the department for the purposes described in this bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Public Health and Behavior report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The Public Health and Behavior report passes. To the bill, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, we had one more in the Behavioral Health Committee. That was kind of an important, that I failed to mention.
Oh, well, we already passed the report.
Okay.
Okay. To the bill, please.
Okay.
Now I need to move the second reading. It's just simple. Don't forget.
Okay.
Oh,
Representative Cutter?
Madam Chair, I need to move a second reading amendment,
Okay.
L003. If you could display that.
Please move the bill.
Sorry, move the amendment.
Or move the amendment, I'm sorry.
I'd like to move amendment L003.
The amendment will be displayed. It's been properly displayed. To the amendment.
This amendment is just in response to a request from CCI to make sure that we encourage geographic and socioeconomic diversity of the providers involved with this program.
Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The amendment passes. To the bill, please.
Okay.
Oh, Representative Cutter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is about supporting community and building resiliency. Disaster behavioral health is about helping people normally process abnormal situations that are impacting their whole community. And it's a critical component of any adequate emergency response. So it's building resiliency. Colorado has a very rich history of this. We, community mental health centers and other behavioral health providers across Colorado have actively responded to emergencies, critical incidences, disasters, beginning back to the Hayman Fire and Columbine High School shooting, which were some of the earliest incidents where they all came together to support. Community, Jefferson Center for Mental Health and others set a national example on how to do this. So really they've talked about things, or they've helped with things like the Waldo Canyon Fire, the Aurora Theater shooting, the Colorado Front Range floods, the Cameron Peak, Pine Gulch, and East Troublesome fires last year. And all we're asking with this bill is they've sort of been operating on a shoestring, and we're asking for the funding, sustainable funding to continue this program in a more formal manner moving forward.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the purpose of this bill, so it supports the role of the community and the community behavioral health providers in preparing, responding, helping these communities. And my co-prime talked about the fires. That was huge in my district last year, and really overwhelmed some of our behavioral health providers in my district. And so we talked about all the other disasters, but it can be flood, fire, whatever. But we did work on this bill with the county response and emergency management, that this bill does not supersede anything within the counties. They work in collaboration with the counties. That was very important to us and very important. We heard from a lot of people in the stakeholding that was critical, that we weren't stepping on any toes with our counties, and that was very important to me as well. So, it really helps victims, families. Last year, I know a lot of it, when people were losing their homes, that's a huge, huge, huge deal emotionally for people. Come back after a fire and everything you own and all your memories and everything else are gone. So, but this is very critical for first responders, the people that are responding to these disasters. And so anyway, it's a great bill, and I'd ask for a yes vote on it.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Upon reviewing this bill, I wanted to kind of go over the pink sheet, mostly for the purpose of informing the Colorado voters and citizens that are watching at home. In my estimation, we may be a little bit cavalier at times on explaining how much the expenditures are. So I'd like to advise for the budget year FY 21-22, the total expenditures will be $559,708 as estimated by the Legislative Council staff. Next year, 22-23, the expenditures will be $562,355 and 2 FTEs. I think it's kind of important that we bring this up and spend a little bit more time on what the cost of some of these bills are. So now we know on this one. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Will?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to respond to that a little bit. That discussion came up in committee. As you well know, there's 64 counties in this state. But the amount that's really appropriated in this fiscal note, that's assuming about 50 organizations participate in this program, which equals out to about $7,500 per organization. So it's not a lot. I understand the fiscal note. There's it's a fair fiscal note, but when you spread it across the counties and the organizations across the state, we're not giving them a huge influx of money into those programs, but I think it's enough to help.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just briefly, it's really important to remember, too, that any money that we spend to take care of people, to make sure they get back on track with their lives, makes they get back to work, sure they get back to work quicker, the economy gets back on track. I mean, there's lots of things that can impact communities, and to the degree that we can prevent those tragedies and disasters from lingering and causing lasting impacts, then it's well worth the relatively small fiscal note that we're requesting.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1281. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Ooh, the ayes have it. 1281 is passed.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1283.
House Bill 1283 by Representatives Ricks and Hooten concerning measures to address consumer protection concerns regarding vehicle towing.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1283 and the Business and Labor Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we made an amendment to do an adjustment of the task force, the towing task force. We also moved some dates around the sunset requirements.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
We have an amendment, right?
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we, Representative Ricks and I think many in the chamber are aware of something that is commonly referred to as predatory towing. And this occurs primarily in HOAs with a contractual relationship between non-consensual towers and the manager of an HOA. And it also happens frequently in mobile home communities. So we investigated this situation, and we found that housed at the Public Utilities Commission is a task force known as the community, the towing task force. And they were established 12 years ago, have not been that effective primarily because they have very little authority. So the first thing we did was look at the makeup of the task force, and we saw that it was all industry and that there were no consumers on the task force. So the bill expands the task force from 11 to 14 with a balance of industry and consumers added to the board. And the second thing that the bill does is it moves the sunset review date of towing in Colorado from 2026 until 2025. And I think my colleague will speak to the expanded authority given to the towing task force.
So the task force...
Representative Ricks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the task force is going to have more authority to make recommendations around the cost of towing, and we're asking the PUC to evaluate their reports whenever these reports come through. Currently, there wasn't any requirements for meetings. We also changed and asked for them to meet at least twice per year, and so this is going to give them more authority. Ultimately, what we want to see is that there's reasonable towing fees for members of the community. So many people who are impacted are in mobile homes and HOAs, and the cost of one tow can be over $300 on average within a 24-hour period of time. So for a person whose income is low, or they say that the average family doesn't have $400 in savings. So if you incur $300 or more in towing fees and you have to now, release your car, that's a problem because now you have to make a decision on paying your rent or paying daycare or something that's really, really important. So we want to make sure that community members are not being gouged by these towing companies, and that's why it's predatory when this happens. So this is just a small step in the right direction to ensure that we're able to make this reasonable. So we ask for your yes vote and support on this.
Representative Hooton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to add one more thing. In addition to requiring the task force to meet at least twice a year, we've also are directing them to submit after each meeting a report to the PUC, and then annually the PUC will submit a report to the legislature, to committees of reference, on the task force findings and the actions that they have taken in response to their recommendations.
Representative Hooton, is there an amendment that you wish to offer?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have, I move L005 to the committee report.
To the bill?
To the committee of the whole.
The bill.
To the bill. To the moon. Okay.
So you have moved Amendment L005, and Amendment L005 has now been displayed. Representative Hooton, please continue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what the bill does is it substitutes 2023 for the sunset review to 2025. And it also makes two technical amendments to the bill. We had originally directed the PUC to require reports on individual towing fees from non-consensual towers and from the contractual relationships between non-consensual towers and the private property owners, HOAs, and mobile home parks. And we were informed that that is not something that the PUC has the authority to do. And so we have removed it from the bill, and we will pursue other avenues during the interim.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L005 is adopted. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Ricks.
I move L006.
And ask that it be displayed. Representative Ricks, you move, can you move the amendment and ask that it be displayed?
Yes, I move L006 and ask for it to be displayed in just one moment.
Okay. Okay. Is we'll be in a brief recess. The committee will be in a brief recess.
The business report, and we've already adopted the business report.
The committee will come back in order. Representative Hooton. We're to the bill.
Oh, to the bill. To the bill. I think we're.
Is there any further discussion, Representative Hooton?
I guess I'll just reiterate, Madam Chair, that what the bill does is it expands the towing task force from 11 to 14, creating a balance between industry and consumers on the task force. It moves up the sunset review date from 2026 to 2025, and it directs the task force to meet at least twice a year and provide a report to the PUC of their findings, and then the PUC then is required to submit a report to the committees of reference at the legislature on the task force's findings and recommendations and the action that they've taken in response to that.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a clarifying question. I heard the term predatory towing. So a towing company doesn't go around hunting for cars to tow. They respond to a business calling them and saying, this guy is illegally parked. They're not in the business of doing that. So can we clarify why we talk about predatory towing?
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pico. Actually, there are two forms of towing. One is called consensual towing, and that is if someone breaks down on the road and they call a tow truck, or if law enforcement tickets someone for an illegal, for being parked illegally, and they get, the owner of the vehicle gets ticketed and the towing occurs. Non-consensual towing occurs in HOAs and mobile home parks, and those are contracts between non-consensual towers and the property owners or the HOA managers, and they operate under very different set of circumstances than you would with consensual towers, where law enforcement is actually doing the ticketing, or someone's calling a tower to have their car removed.
Representative Pico.
Oh, thank you for the explanation, but it still focuses down to the towing company is being called by a business owner, property owner, to tow a vehicle which is illegally parked by whatever rules are. And so the term predatory towing implies something very different. Businesses that are operating under their normal requirements shouldn't be labeled with such a inflammatory term.
Representative Hooton.
Well, I apologize that you find that reference inflammatory, but I will tell you that consensual towers worked with us on the language of the bill, and they recognize the predatory behavior of contracts with between private property owners and non-consensual towers. So this is it is not an expression that you will find in statute, but it is one that's commonly used by the consensual towing companies. So it is, and I apologize if it's offensive, but it does not require, a call to law enforcement is not required on private property to have a vehicle removed for whatever agreement there is between the private property owner and the towing company. They have their own set of agreements, and law enforcement is not required to be called.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm not offended by the term. I just find it interesting that a company operating legally called by a property owner would be labeled as being something that's out of line, and it's just not quite true. The other part of the bill I do appreciate. I'm always in favor of having a sunset review moved up, so that's good.
Representative Hooton.
I would just like to respond that the reason why towing operations are housed at the Public Utilities Commission is for the same reason that utilities are housed there. There is potential for consumer abuse, and this is the reason why towing companies are there, and occasionally there is consumer abuse. And so I stand by our concerns around non-consensual towing in private property. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1282? Or, sorry, 1283, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not come up here in support of predatory towing companies or non-consensual towing companies, but I don't come up in support of derelict vehicles being in front of people's property or house either. So I guess however this shakes out, I do have to ask the question, where is this really in the role and responsibilities of the state government? Seems to me we could kick this down to the local level. Any task force that's out there is likely to become a commission, which is likely to become a something that we live with for the rest of our lives, simply on those terms. And since I think the people can handle this at the county level, city level, I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my issue with the bill largely wasn't state authority or local authority. It was largely surrounding the necessity of the bill itself. Right now, this task force, it meets, I think, twice a year, every year, and I'm not sure exactly the work that they do. I know they issue a report. This simply adds 2 people to that task force, if I'm understanding the bill correctly, and I'm not sure really if it's worth a bill to do that or even if it's necessary for a bill, so I voted no.
Representative Hooten.
These questions are important to me, and I think even though I know I'm not obligated, I did run several bills to protect mobile home owners, and I'm very familiar with the problem of non-consensual towing in these communities. The towing task force has not been meeting. They have very little power. And what authority they do have, the PUC has not been acting on. And so we thought that we would revive the task force, expand it so there's a balance between consumers and industry, and require them to meet twice a year, not make it optional, make it a requirement, and require them to issue a report every time they meet to the PUC on the complaints that they've received, and give the PUC an option to respond to that. So that is the difference.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wanted to thank the bill sponsor. For the courtesy of a reply. It goes a long ways in the process of evaluating these bills. I'm still a no vote, but thank you just the same.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The HOAs I've heard from feel this is non-consensual legislation, and I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, to the sponsor, Representative Hooten, I just wanted to say thank you for indulging the questions that we had and taking the time to answer those. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1283, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1283. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1283 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1282.
House Bill 1282 by Representative Weissman concerning additional consumer protections resulting from the regulation of mortgage services.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1282, the Business Report, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Committee Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
The Appropriations Report makes a cash fund appropriation of about $50,000. No general fund impact. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the Finance Committee Report, Representative Weissman.
The Finance Committee Report reflects ongoing post-introduction stakeholder negotiations, rolling up 2 different amendments we made in the Finance Committee. I also have an amendment to the Finance Committee Report. I move L10 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L10 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L10 actually comes out of some discussions that were happening this morning and just got finalized to clarify the way in which federal enforcement, if any, intersects with state enforcement to make sure that there is no duplication of penalties. Ask for a yes vote on L10 to the Finance Report.
Seeing no discussion on Amendment L10, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report, Representative Weissman.
Finance report reflects a couple of changes in that committee, responding to a comment that Rep. Carver made about the scope of some exemption language. We tighten that up. We also clarify scope of what sort of investigation of records may be made, and in capturing negotiations that happened with the relevant industry here between business and finance, made a variety of amendments to further tighten enforcement language and point to some applicable provisions of federal law. Ask for a yes vote on the Finance Report.
Seeing no discussion on the Finance Committee Report, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee Report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee Report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Business Committee made 3 different amendments, again reflecting post-introduction stakeholder conversation. We added a defined term of loans held for sale and then excluded those from the calculation of how many loans cause an entity to even be within the scope of the bill in the first instance. We also narrowed enforcement to the elected Attorney General, took out private enforcement, and clarified that no additional investigation or inquiry into financial responsibility is necessary in connection with notification. Ask for a yes vote on the Business Committee report.
Seeing no discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move L8 to the bill and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L8 has been properly moved and has been displayed. Please proceed, Representative Weissman.
Okay, L8 makes a couple of minor language changes that actually came out of some comments that Madam Speaker Pro Tem Rep. Benavidez made in Finance Committee. What we're doing here is just clarifying the terms about what the relevant federal law is that is going to be concurrently enforced under the bill. I think Rep. Benavidez had some thoughtful comments, and this is an attempt to respond to them. I ask for a yes vote on L8.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L8 is adopted. To the bill, to the Business Affairs Committee report.
Okay.
Sorry. To the bill.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, now that we are through all of that procedural stuff, what 1282 is really about is concurrent oversight of applicable federal law for non-bank mortgage servicers. What is a non-bank servicer? It's like it sounds like. It is a non-bank entity. The role of these entities in the market has really exploded in about the last 10 years since recovery from the last financial crisis. Going back about 9 years ago, it was less than 10% of all mortgages that were out there. Now it's over half. We are one of only about a third of states with no kind of enforcement scheme on non-bank servicers. Most states, if you look at NCSL's research, which I'm happy to share with other members, actually have even a more vigorous scheme than we have all the way up to licensure. This is not a licensure system. This does what's called notification, which is akin to registration, if you're familiar with the terminology of oversight of various regulated entities. It is a pretty light touch on the front end. It simply requires only the 100 largest entities in this space to basically just make their existence known to the Consumer Protection Unit of the Attorney General's office, who is the unit of our state government that typically enforces consumer protection laws. If everything is going fine, that's the end of it. If things are not going fine, if consumers are being harmed, if servicing is not happening in accordance with the law, then there can be investigation, and if necessary, there can be penalties. Everything we just did by way of the Business and Finance Committee reports reflects really quite substantial negotiations with and concessions to the mortgage industry here, so that we make sure that penalties are calibrated to the scope of the harm, and that where the feds have acted, if they have acted, that there is not a duplication of penalties. So frankly, we've conceded a lot here to try to have a light touch on the industry while still having consumer protections that I think the people in our state deserve. As of 2020, we had about $1.5 trillion indebtedness outstanding for student loans. We've all heard a lot about that. There's over $10 trillion outstanding in mortgage loans, and I think we all appreciate our country's been through kind of a tough time with COVID. And my concern is that as we come out of various forbearance programs that may or may not have been applicable to people, that folks are not injured by sort of inaccurate practices or otherwise. So this is an attempt to bring us into conformity with a majority of states by having some kind of basic oversight of non-bank servicers at the state level in exercise of our sovereignty as a state, and not needing to wait for the feds to act if something is going wrong in the non-bank mortgage servicing sector. I ask for your support on 1282. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the bill sponsor's attempts to remove potential duplication that may come here, and I certainly have sympathy for things like the student loan crisis and other things that are facing the American people right now. However, what this bill aims to do is add Colorado on top an already incredibly regulated industry. It'll be hard to find an area that Colorado can enter in and regulate in a way that hasn't already been regulated, because this honestly is one of the most heavily regulated spaces in private business in all of the United States. I mean, and just look at the number of departments that oversee and regulate mortgage servicers is incredible. There's a Federal Housing Authority, there's the U.S. Department of Housing, there's a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, FDIC. There's been dozens of bills, such as famous ones like Dodd-Frank, which add dramatic regulations in the same exact space. There's the Truth in Lending Act, which I know there's some people that might say that they don't know who owns their mortgage, and the Truth in Lending Act specifically makes that illegal. So if you don't know who owns your mortgage or who you're paying your mortgage to, then there is an outlet for you there. There's a Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, and again, there's been multiple SAFE, S-A-F-E, that's an acronym, Safe Mortgage Licensing and Lending Acts. There's a Mortgage Practicing Acts, which actually, for those of you paying attention, once President Trump left office and President Biden entered office, this is one of the areas that President Biden actually, in his administration, jumped on very quickly to update that Mortgage Practices Act. So that's just been updated in recent months. And so my problem with this bill is now the state of Colorado is trying to enter this space and add, I guess, one more additional layer of regulations, which is going to be very hard to do, considering the already blankets and blankets and levels and layers of regulations that are already piled upon this very heavily regulated industry. So I urge for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when the state government enters into an area, there should be a glaring need to do so. And in this area is what I'm going, what is missing? What is the fundamental failure in government and regulation to watch over this? And as just related, this is one of the most heavily regulated areas that there is. Financial transactions have a lot of oversight. So what's the glaring failure that should imply, that should cause us to jump into this space? Everything is already pretty well covered. And I ask that for the bill sponsors. That's a standing question.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in conceptual support of the bill. So I have heard from a number of constituents about this bill, certainly when it comes to the mortgage lending industry. And I certainly want to read just a few lines to you to talk to you about why. So one constituent wrote me and they said, they're not normally in support of any regulation for an industry. However, in particular, this industry is one that is a little bit different, considering the overwhelming majority of our community is invested, or I should say, has loans from mortgage, and they have huge impacts when bad acts occur on folks who are innocent. This same constituent goes on to talk about how they had taken out a loan. Their loan was sold to a mortgage company. The new mortgage company failed to pay the homeowner's policy premium from their escrow. In spite of repeated calls and emails and repeated certified letters to the mortgage company, they received no feedback. Finally, after getting feedback, they now have no fewer than 10 responses saying, "We are working to gather the requested information and will forward it to you as soon as possible." No material follow-up has ever occurred in the last year. This is due in part to the complexity of the industry, that they're able to continue to bounce you around. Ultimately, this constituent had to pay the premium out of their own pocket, even though they had an escrow set up to pay it. Interestingly, South Carolina actually has a regulatory scheme very similar to this, and South Carolina by no means would be considered a liberal state, and that it shows that some regulation in this industry that affects so many is appropriate at certain times. Having heard from a number of constituents, I certainly just wanted to say that conceptually I think this is somewhere that we can find support on, because after all, we really do need to ensure that the innocent borrower isn't being taken advantage of. And I believe that was the intent here. And thank you very much.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is House Bill 21-1282 concerning additional consumer protections resulting from the regulation of mortgage servicers. Since we are doing this under the auspice of consumer protection, I would like consumers to fully recognize and understand and hear what is in this bill. Therefore, I ask that it be read at length. Thank you.
First regular session, 73rd General Assembly, State of Colorado, introduced. LLS No. 21-0508.02 Thomas Morris X 4218 House Bill 21-1282. House Committees, Senate Committees, Business Affairs and Labor. A bill for an act. 101 concerning additional consumer protections resulting from. 102 the regulation of mortgage servicers. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill subjects mortgage servicers to regulation by an Assistant Attorney General, including the requirements of notification, record keeping, reporting, examinations, inspections, and enforcement. A violation of the requirements is an unfair or deceptive trade practice. House sponsorship, Vice Mon. Senate sponsorship, none. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 21 to Title 3.5 as follows. For Article 21.5 Colorado Non-Bank Mortgage Servicers Act 65-21-101. Short title. The short title of this Article 21 is the 7 Colorado Non-Bank Mortgage Servicers Act. 85-21-102. Scope of Article. Unless otherwise provided in this 9 Article 21, this Article 21 applies to any person engaged in 10 servicing a residential mortgage loan secured by a dwelling or 11 residential real property located in this state. 12.5-21-103. Definitions. As used in this Article 21, unless the 13 context otherwise requires. 14. 1. Administrator means the administrator of the 15 Uniform Consumer Credit Code, Articles 1 to 9 of this Title 5. 16 designated pursuant to Section 5-6-103. 17. 2. Borrower means an individual obligated to repay a 18 residential mortgage loan. 19. 3. Mortgage servicer means a person, wherever. 20. Located, that is responsible for servicing a Colorado residential. 21. Mortgage loan. A mortgage servicer includes a person that 22 makes payments to a borrower under a reverse mortgage as 23 defined in Section 1138-102. 4. A mortgage servicer does not 24 include. 25. A supervised financial organization as defined in 26 Section 5-1-301. 45. 27. B. A mortgage loan originator regulated by the Division. -2 HB 21-1282. 1. Of real estate or American Samoa defined in Section 12-10-702. 14. A. Or A2 mortgage company regulated by the Division of Real Estate or 3 as defined in Section 12-10-702. 12. Except that a mortgage loan for originator who also services a residential mortgage loan is a 5 mortgage servicer. 6. C. A federal agency or department. 7. D. A collection agency as defined in Section 5-16-103. 3. 8. That is licensed pursuant to Section 5-16-120 or is exempt from 9 licensure under Section 5-16-103. 3. E. N. Whose mortgage debt 10 collection business involves collection of residential mortgage 11 loans obtained by the collection agency after default, except 12 that a collection agency that also services residential 13 mortgage loans assigned to the collection agency before 14 default is a mortgage servicer. 15. E. An agency, instrumentality, or political subdivision of 16 this state. 17. F. A supervised lender as defined in Section 5-1-301. 46. 18. Except that a supervised lender that also services residential. 19. Mortgage loans is a mortgage servicer. 20. G. A small servicer that services fewer than 521,000 residential mortgage loans in any calendar year as 22 determined by the administrator, who shall apply the criteria 23 and 12 CFR 1026.41. E. 4. 3. Or any successor regulation. 24. H. A person that the administrator designates by rule or 25 order as exempt, including a nonprofit organization that 26 promotes affordable housing or financing. 27. I. An originator or servicer that utilizes a subservicer to -3 HB 21-1282. 1. Carry out the administrative functions of servicing a mortgage. 2. Unless the subservicer is acting at the direction of the 3. Originator or servicer. And 4. J. A person that services only loans originated and held 5 for sale for up to 364 days after the loan's 6 origination. 7. 4. Notifier means a person required to notify the 8 administrator of the person's activities as a mortgage servicer. 9. Pursuant to this Article 21. 10. 5. Record means information that is inscribed on a 11 tangible medium or that is stored in an electronic or other 12 medium and is retrievable in perceivable form. 13. 6. Residential mortgage loan means a loan that is 14 primarily for personal, family, or household use and that is 15 secured by a mortgage, deed of trust, or other equivalent. 16. Consensual security interest on a dwelling or residential real. 17. Property upon which is constructed or intended to be. 18. Constructed a single-family dwelling or multifamily dwelling. 19. Of 4 or fewer units. 27. Servicing means receiving any scheduled periodic 21 payments from a borrower pursuant to the terms of a 22 residential mortgage loan, including amounts for escrow 23 accounts, and making the payments to the owner of the loan or 24 other third parties of principal and interest and such other 25 payments with respect to the amounts received from the 26 borrower as may be required pursuant to the terms of the 27 residential mortgage servicing loan documents or servicing. 4 HB 21-1282. 1. Contract. In the case of a reverse mortgage, servicing includes 2. Making payments to the borrower. 35-21-104. Notification required. On and after January 31st, 2022, a person shall not act as a mortgage servicer, directly or 5 indirectly, without notifying the administrator pursuant to 6 Section 5-21-105. 75-21-105. Notification by mortgage servicers. Rules. 8. 1. Notification. A person acting as a mortgage servicer must 9. Notify the administrator and pay the fee prescribed in Section 10.5-21-106 within 30 days after commencing servicing in the 11th state, and, thereafter, on or before January 31st of each year. The 12 notification must state the notifier's legal name and all trade 13 names used, the address of the notifier's principal office, which may 14th be outside this state, and such other information as the 15 administrator may require. 16. B. With every renewal notification or at a date 17 prescribed by rule by the administrator, each notifier shall 18. Submit an annual report relating to mortgage servicing by the 19. Notifier in the form prescribed by the administrator. 20. Information contained in annual reports is confidential, is not 21 subject to disclosure pursuant to Part 2 of Article 72 of Title 24, 22, and may be published only in composite form. 23. 2. Records retention, records request. A mortgage 24 servicer shall maintain adequate records for not less than 25 years following the final payment on the residential mortgage 26 loan, transfer of the mortgage servicing rights, or the 27 assignment of the loan, whichever occurs first. Upon request by 5 HB 21-1282. 1. The administrator, a mortgage servicer shall make the records 2 available or shall send the records to the administrator by 3 registered or certified mail, return receipt requested, or by any 4 express delivery carrier that provides a dated delivery receipt. 5. Not later than 30 business days after requested by the 6 administrator or other method of delivery as agreed to. And 7. Writing by the administrator, including secure electronic 8. Transmission. Upon a notifier's request, the administrator may 9. Grant the notifier additional time to make the records 10 available or to send the records to the administrator. 11. B. Every mortgage servicer shall maintain records in 12 conformity with this Article 21, rules adopted pursuant to this 13 Article 21, and generally accepted accounting principles, and 14 practices in a manner that will enable the administrator to 15 determine whether the servicer is complying with this Article 21. 16. A mortgage servicer's record-keeping system is sufficient if the 17. Servicer makes the required information reasonably available. 18. The records need not be kept in the place of business where 19 mortgage loans are serviced if the administrator is given free 20 access to the records wherever located. 21.5-21-106. Fees. 1. A notifier shall pay the following 22 non-refundable fees established by the administrator pursuant 23 to subsection 3 of this section. 24. A. An initial notification fee, and 25. B. An annual notification fee. 26. 2. The administrator shall transmit the fees to the state 27 treasurer, who shall credit them to the Uniform Consumer. 6 HB 21-1282. 1. Credit code cash fund created in section 5-6-204. 1. 2. 3. The administrator shall set the fees required by 3 subsection 1 of this section in an amount estimated to cover for the administrator's costs in implementing this Article 21 and may 5. Periodically reduce or increase the amount of 1 or more of 6 the fees if necessary pursuant to section 24-75-402. 3. And 4. To 7. Reduce the uncommitted reserves of the Uniform Consumer 8 Credit Code Cash Fund. 95-21-107. Federal laws. 1. A mortgage servicer shall 10 comply with all applicable federal laws and regulations. 11. Relating to residential mortgage loan servicing, including 12. A. The Federal Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act 13 of 1974, 12 U.S.C. SEC 2601 ETSEQ, as amended, and 14. B. The Truth in Lending Act, 15 U.S.C. SEC 1601 ETSEQ, 15 as amended. 16. 2. In addition to any other remedies provided by law, a 17 violation of any federal law or regulation relating to 18 residential mortgage loan servicing shall be deemed a violation. 19 of this Article 21. 25-21-108. Powers and duties of the Administrator, Rules. 21. 1. The Administrator may conduct investigations and 22 examinations as follows. 23. A. For purposes of general or specific inquiry or 24 investigation to determine compliance with this Article 21, the 25 Administrator may access, receive, and use any records or 26 information belonging to a notifier, applicant, or person under 27 examination, including criminal, civil, and administrative. 7 HB 21-1282. 1. History information, personal history and experience. 2. Information, including independent credit reports obtained from 3. A consumer reporting agency described in Section 603(p) of the 4 Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act, 15 U.S.C. SEC 1681A, as 5 amended, and any other records or information the 6 Administrator considers relevant to the inquiry or 7 investigation regardless of the location, possession, control, or 8 custody of the records or information. 9. B. For the purposes of investigating a violation that 10 resulted in consumer harm or substantiated complaints arising 11 under this Article 21 or for the purposes of examining issues 12 stemming from a complaint or violation, the Administrator may 13 review, investigate, or examine any notifier or person subject to 14 this Article 21 as often as necessary in order to carry out the 15 purposes of this Article 21. The Administrator may direct, 16 subpoena, or order the attendance of and examine under oath. 17 any person whose testimony may be required about the 18 residential mortgage loan servicing, 19 or the business or subject matter of an examination or 20 investigation and may direct, subpoena, or order the person to 21 produce records the Administrator considers relevant to the 22 inquiry. Nothing limits the scope of the Administrator's 23 authority to review and investigate potential violations or 24 harm discovered in the course of an investigation. 25. C. I. In making an examination or investigation 26 authorized by this section, the Administrator may control 27 access to any records of the notifier or person under 8 HB 21-1282. 1 examination or investigation. The Administrator may take 2 possession of the records or place a person in exclusive charge 3 of the records in the place where they are usually kept. 4. 2. During the period of control, a person may not remove 5 or attempt to remove any of the records except pursuant to a 6-court order or with the written consent of the Administrator. 7. Unless the Administrator has reasonable grounds to believe the 8 records of the notifier or person have been, or are at risk of 9 being, altered, or destroyed for purposes of concealing a 10 violation of this Article 21, the notifier or owner of the records may 11th have access to the records as necessary to conduct its 12 ordinary business affairs. 13. 2. In order to carry out the purposes of this section, the 14 Administrator may, 15. A. Retain attorneys, accountants, or other professionals 16 and specialists as examiners, auditors, or investigators 2. 17. Conduct or assist in conducting examinations or investigations. 18. B. Enter into agreements or relationships with other 19 government officials or regulatory associations in order to 20. Improve efficiencies and reduce regulatory burden by sharing 21 resources, standardized or uniform methods or procedures, and 22 records or information obtained under this section. 23. C. Use, hire, contract for, or employ publicly or 24 privately available analytical systems, methods, or software. 25. To examine or investigate the notifier or person subject to this. 26 Article 21, 27, D. Accept and rely on examination or investigation. 9 HB 21-1282. 1. Reports made by other government officials within or outside to this state, and 3. E. Accept audit reports made by an independent certified public accountant for the notifier or person subject to this 5 Article 21 in the course of that part of the examination covering 6 the same general subject matter as the audit and may 7 incorporate the audit report in a report of examination, report 8 of investigation, or other writing of the Administrator. 9. 3. A person subject to investigation or examination under 10 this section may not knowingly withhold, abstract, remove, 11 mutilate, or destroy any records or other information relating 12 to information regulated under this Article 21. 13. 4. Whenever it appears to the Administrator that a 14 person has violated, is violating, or is about to violate this 15 section or a rule adopted pursuant to this Article 21 or that a 16 notifier or an owner, director, officer, member, partner, 17 shareholder, trustee, employee, or agent of the notifier has 18. Committed fraud, engaged in dishonest activities, or made a 19 misrepresentation, the Administrator may take action against 20 the person or notifier in accordance with this Article 21. 21. 5. The Administrator shall adopt rules as necessary to 22 implement this Article 21. 23 5-21-109. Civil actions. 1. A violation of this Article 21 IS 24 a deceptive trade practice within the meaning of Section 6-1-105. 25. 2. A mortgage servicer who fails to make good faith 26 efforts to comply with any requirement imposed under this 27 Article 21 with respect to a borrower is liable in an amount. 10 HB 21-1282. 1 equal to the sum of 2. A. Actual damages sustained by the borrower as a result 3 of the failure. 4. B. A monetary award equal to 3 times the total 5 amount the mortgage servicer collected from the borrower in 6 violation of this Article 21. 7. C. Punitive damages as the court may allow. And 8. D. In the case of any successful action by a borrower to 9 enforce the liability set out in this section, the costs of the 10 action and reasonable attorney fees as determined by the 11 court. 12. 3. The remedies provided in this section are not the 13 exclusive remedies available to a borrower. 14.5-21-110. Application of administrative procedures. Except as 15 otherwise provided in this Article 21, Sections 24-4-102 to 1624-4-106 apply to and govern all rules promulgated and all 17 administrative action taken by the administrator pursuant to 18 this Article 21, except that Section 24-4-104, 3, does not apply to 19 any such action. 25-21-111. Administrative enforcement orders. 1. After 21 Notice and hearing, the administrator may order a mortgage 22 servicer or a person acting in the mortgage servicer's behalf to 23 cease and desist from engaging in violations of this Article 21 or 24 any rule or order lawfully made pursuant to this Article 21. 25 The order issued by the administrator may also require the 26 mortgage servicer or person to make refunds to individuals of 27 unlawful charges under this Article 21 and a civil penalty of up. 11 HB 21-1282. $1 to $1,500 per violation, all or part 2 of which may be specifically designated for consumer and 3 creditor educational purposes. 4. 2. A mortgage servicer aggrieved by an order of the 5 administrator may obtain judicial review of the order in the 6 Colorado Court of Appeals. The administrator may obtain in 7 order of the court for enforcement of the administrator's order 8 in the district court under Section 24-4-106. All proceedings 9 under this section are governed by Sections 24-4-105 and 1024-4-106. 11.5-21-112. Assurance of discontinuance. If it is claimed that 12A person has violated this Article 21, the administrator may 13 accept an assurance in writing that the person will not engage 14 in the conduct in the future. The assurance may also require the 15 person to make refunds to individuals of unlawful charges 16 under this Article 21, pay a penalty authorized in Section 17.5-21-111, all or part of which may be specifically designated for 18 consumer and creditor educational purposes, and reimburse the 19 administrator for the administrator's reasonable costs 20 incurred in investigating the conduct. If a person giving in 21 assurance of discontinuance fails to comply with its terms, the 22 assurance is evidence that prior to the assurance, that person 23 engaged in the conduct described in the assurance. 24.5-21-113. Injunctions. The administrator may bring a civil 25 action to restrain a person from violating this Article 21 or 26 rules promulgated pursuant to this Article 21 and for other 27 appropriate relief, including such orders or judgments as may be. 12 HB 21-1282. 1. Necessary to completely compensate or restore to the 2 individuals' original position any individual affected by the 3 violation. The administrator may also apply for a temporary 4 restraining order or a preliminary injunction against a 5 respondent pending final determination of proceedings. No bond 6 or other security is required of the administrator before relief 7 under this section may be granted. 85-21-114. Civil actions by the administrator. The 9 administrator may bring a civil action against a mortgage 10 servicer or any other person for any violations of this Article 1121. An action may relate to transactions with more than 112 individual. The court may order a mortgage servicer to refund 13 to individuals any charges collected in violation of this Article 1421 and may also assess civil penalties against the mortgage 15 servicer as set forth in Section 5-21-111. If the administrator 16 prevails in an action brought under this section, the 17 administrator may recover reasonable costs in investigating 18 in bringing the action and may recover reasonable attorney 19 fees. 25-21-115. Limitations. Notwithstanding Article 80 of Title 21-13, all actions brought under this Article 21 must be commenced 22 within 4 years after the date on which any violation of this 23 Article 21 occurred or the date on which the last in a series of 24 the acts or practices occurred or within 4 years after the 25 plaintiff discovered or in the exercise of reasonable diligence 26 should have discovered the occurrence of a violation of this 27 Article 21, except that the period of limitation provided in this 13 HB 21-1282. One section may be extended for a period of 1 year if the plaintiff 2 proves that failure to timely commence the action was caused 3 by the defendant engaging in conduct calculated to induce the 4 plaintiff to refrain from or postpone the commencement of the 5 action. 65-21-116. Confidential information. 1. The administrator 7 shall not make public the name or identity of a person whose 8 acts or conduct the administrator investigates or examines 9 pursuant to this Article 21 or the facts disclosed in the 10 investigation or examination. 11. 2. The administrator may disclose notification records 12 provided to the administrator and other contents of the 13 records maintained pursuant to this Article 21, but the 14 administrator shall not make public the confidential 15 information contained in the records. 16.3. The restrictions on the disclosure of information in 17 subsections 1 and 2 of this section do not apply to disclosures. 18. By the administrator in actions or enforcement proceedings. 19. Pursuant to this Article 21. 25-21-117. Reporting. 1. The Department of Law shall 21 include in its annual presentations held pursuant to Section 22.2-7-203 updates concerning the administration of this Article 21, 23 including 24, a. Complaints data, enforcement actions, and other 25 relevant regulatory data, and 26, b. The use of fees collected by the administrator 27 pursuant to this Article 21. 14 HB 21-1282. 1 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 6-1-105, add 2, 1, NNN, as follows, 36-1-105. Unfair or deceptive trade practices. 1. A person engages in a deceptive trade practice when, in the course of the person's 5 business, vocation, or occupation, the person, 6, NNN, violates Article 21 of Title 5. 7 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 13-4-102, add 8, 2, NN, as follows, 913-4-102. Jurisdiction. 2. The Court of Appeals has initial 10 jurisdiction to 11 NN. Review final decisions or orders of the Administrator 12 as provided in Article 21 of Title 5. 13 Section 4. Act subject to petition. Effective date. 14 Applicability. 1. This act takes effect January 1st, 2022, except that, if a 15 referendum petition is filed pursuant to Section 1, 3, of Article V of the 16th State Constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this Act 17 within the 90-day period after final adjournment of the General 18 Assembly, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless 19 approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 2022 and, in such case, will take effect on the date of the official 21 declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 22. 2. This act applies to conduct occurring on or after the applicable 23 effective date of this act. 15 HB 21-1282.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1282. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1282 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the I move the committee rise and report.
Members, you've heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1065 is amended. House Bill 1174. House Bill 1189 is amended. House Bill 1233 is amended. House Bill 1254 is amended. House Bill 1280 is amended. House Bill 1281 is amended. House Bill 1282 is amended. House Bill 1283 is amended. House Bill 1289 is amended. House Bill 1290 is amended. Passed on second reading in order, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 20th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over one day. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just thought it was important to remind you all that today is a great day for a great day, and I hope you have one.
Representative Gregorio, or Mr. Gregorio, real quick, committees of reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Health and Insurance, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 126 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1313 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 138 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 193 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1317 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 118 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 181 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, members of Energy and Environment, we will not be meeting today. We will be meeting tomorrow for a long day. So no Energy and Environment today.
Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Health and Insurance will meet upon the completion of upon adjournment committees, and I don't know when that is, so you just need to stay tuned. Thank you.
Representative Cutter.
And Bradfield. Okay, I'll start. We just want to remind you that Friday is the clothing drive. So you've all got your clothes, culled your wardrobes, right? The things, last year's tie, Minority Leader McKean, you got to be trendy. So keep up the game. So everybody put together your clothes.
Okay, remember, this is gently worn, still looks good, but you're sick and tired of it. And if you are one of those people like me who goes home on the weekend to replenish the wardrobe, why don't you bring it back on Monday and we will take care of your gently used, but I am sick and tired of it clothes. Thanks.
Yeah, we don't want your old socks. Not your old socks. Nothing like that. Just your Sorry, Rep. Geithner.
Thank you, Representative Coder and Bradfield. I have one quick announcement. Representative Basenecker will replace Representative Duran on Business Affairs and Labor Committee for today only. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of Business Affairs and Labor, we will meet upon adjournment. Let's call it 2:15. 2:15 for Business Committee downstairs in 112. We have one bill on the calendar, 1302.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, this is a schedule update. Same bills as before, 1314 and 1315. Same room as before, Old State Library. Not the same time as before. 1:30, not happening. We need to let on adjournment committee meetings finish, and then we will start hopefully about 3:30. I will keep in touch with everybody on the Magic Rectangle text message bot. See you then.
Representative Exum. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Transportation Local Government, for this afternoon, we're aiming for around 3:30, but stay tuned. I'll text you.
Any further announcements or introductions? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is not finance. Even though you see me up here during announcements and introductions, I know you're very disappointed by that. Tomorrow, though, will be finance. We have a very heavy calendar, and I want to call members' attention to the fact House Bill 1317 will be coming to finance. And on that bill, we will be limiting testimony to 1/2 hour for proponents and 1/2 hour for opponents. So just wanted to give everyone advance notice of that so that you could prepare. So we'll see you in finance tomorrow.
Further announcements or introductions? Seeing none. Majority Leader Eskar. Representative Byrd. Yep, Representative Byrd.
Oh, thank you, members. You didn't get enough of me. So adding to that, so I mentioned what we're going to be doing with 1317, same treatment for House Bill 1058, 1/2 hour of witness testimony for proponents, 1/2 hour of witness testimony for opponents. So 1317 and 1058 tomorrow.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend Chairwoman Byrd for great leadership and making an efficient finance committee. Great decision making. I couldn't be any happier. That's it.
Thank you, Representative Sandridge. Further announcements and introductions? Seeing none. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.